So good evening to anyone who is watching us remotely and to the few people that are here for the beginning of the meeting in Contois. We are going to open the meeting downstairs in the Busher Room and then do the presentation from the Howard Center Street Outreach Team, the executive sessions, and then we will come back upstairs. But it will all be televised as if we were in this room. We just won't be in this room. So we'll move ourselves downstairs.
All right, so I'm gonna get up my agenda here. All right. So people can hear us, right? Yes?
Yes.
Should be able to, yes.
Right, we know that because we just know that.
We know that because we are unmuted here. I am having a little trouble logging in both places, but.
As long as we're good, then we can start. We're a little bit late, it takes time to organize work. As long as we're good, as long as people can hear us, then we're. It's okay. So it's. What do you think, Catherine?
Yes, I think we are good.
Okay, so we'll just start the agenda just so that we can get to item number 2. Good evening. Today is February 21st, 2023. Thank you for joining us. For those who are here with us, we're in the Busher Conference Room, and for those who are online for the Burlington City Council meeting, the time is 5:45. We'll begin our agenda this evening with a motion to adopt the agenda. Someone wish to make a motion to adopt the agenda? Councillor McGee, thank you so much. There's a motion to approve the agenda by Councillor McGee. Is there a second to that motion? Councillor Freeman, thank you so much. Is there any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, all those in favor of the motion, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say no. That gives us our agenda, which leads us to item 2.01, which is a presentation from the Howard Center Street Outreach Team. We have Trudo with us, the outreach team leader, and we have allotted 45 minutes for this item. So we're looking forward to listening to your presentation, and then we'll allow ourselves time to ask questions and offer comments. Tammy, we've been talking about this since I think December. So thanks so much for being here. We're all looking forward to hearing and learning about your work on the outreach team.
Great. Well, thank you very much, everyone, for having me. My teammates were planning on joining in, but they got called out at 5:20. So it was one of those days where it was all going well until 10 minutes until time to do it. So it'll be just me. I wanted to just kind of start with a brief history of the team, how we started, what we were reacting to, talk about who we are, what we do, and then just briefly some of the challenges that we have. And then of course, just whatever questions you guys have or comments or feedback after that will be most welcome. So a brief history. The program was created in 1999. So back in the 1900s, as I like to say. At that time, there were the impression of people in the downtown area was that there were a lot of people living in Burlington in the downtown area who were not connected to services, who were in need of services, who, you know, if only they knew where X was, then they would go get that service. And and there really was like a lot of like genuine concern for people's welfare. There were some elderly people who were living on benches. There were people horribly psychotic and really struggling. There were a lot of people struggling from really awful alcohol use, and there was no mechanism for getting services to those people, right? Like if they wanted to go to the services, then that was fine, but there wasn't really any model where the services would go to them. And so the city, in conjunction with Howard Center, created the street outreach team, which at that time consisted of just one person, which some of you may remember, Matt Young, who was my supervisor. And so he was the street outreach team, beginning in the summer of 2000. And his charge was to go out and to basically, you know, meet people who were mentally ill, help them get back to services, and help them get on their meds. That was actually a quote. And I think, you know, we all had a pretty unsophisticated worldview of what was going on in Burlington at the time. So Matt got there and quickly realized that there was a lot more going on to it than just that, and that if he was actually going to be able to be of any service to the individuals involved or the city at large, that he was going to have to take on a lot more than just that. And so he did, and he worked from, you know, the summer of 2000 up until about the summer of 2002, and I was a merchant at the time, and I would see him like zipping up and down the street from call to call. And then at that point, and clearly there was more than just one person's worth of work there. And so in the summer of 2002, UVM MC, which at the time was called Fletcher Allen, gave the program a grant so that it could be increased to 3.5 FTEs. So Matt was able to hire staff. I ended up being one of them. And we were able to kind of expand what the program did. At that time, you know, we would sort of like post up on Church and Cherry, which at that time was where all the buses got off. So it was like the hub, everybody came through Church and Cherry, that was where everybody was. And so we would be there, and we would, and the police would be there because they always had 2 officers stationed downtown. And we would see, not me, right? Okay. You know, and we would see the officers talking to people, and the officers would see us talking to people, and eventually the officers would come over and say, you know, I know you can't tell me anything about that person because of HIPAA, but you know, I was just talking to them and I'm worried about them. I want to kind of put you on their radar, or maybe if you don't know them, like let me introduce you to them, and this is why. So at that point, we created an informal relationship with the Burlington Police Department.
I'm sorry, I think I just missed a little bit of that because of the phone call.
Oh,
the
yeah.
direction. So sorry, you said something about HIPAA, and then I kind of
Okay.
just missed a little.
So we
So
would
sorry.
be, that's all right. So we would be standing, you know, talking to people, police officers would be talking to people. And then, you know, they would come over and say, you know, I know you can't tell me anything about that
They
person
would
that
say
you were
that to
just
you.
talking, yeah. That you were just talking to because of HIPAA.
Okay.
But let me tell you, because I'm worried about this person.
Okay.
Got it. And so we developed that kind of relationship where, you know, they would introduce us to people that they thought might need services. They would share concerns about behaviors they had seen the night before or earlier in the day. And just kind of working to serve the same, because there was a lot of intersection between the people that they encountered and the people that we served. And there was a concern about, a lot of times they would go out on a call. And it was clear that it was more of a mental health or a social service need as opposed to a police call. There wasn't really anything they could do. So we would try to, bridge that gap the next day. So then the point of my telling you that is that in 2010, then Chief Mike Sherling got some federal funds from the Obama administration through the, what's it called? Stimulus funds. And had paid to have one or two, I forget which. I think it was just one at that time. Street outreach workers embedded within the police department. So what that enabled us to do was then, it formalized that relationship, but it gave us a very unique perspective in that we were then, able to be at roll call, see incidents that came through Belcourt, be able to know what was going on. And we would also know from the mental health side what might be going on with a person. So what that enables us to do is to do a lot more proactive intervention and support for people. And it also allows us to reach a whole other group of people who might not otherwise be served because they are reaching out for help, thinking, like for example, if somebody is in a manic episode or is struggling from some kind of psychosis, they might not be aware of that. They might just think that external forces are threatening them, so they would call the police for help. They're not going to call first caller. They're not going to call Howard Center and say, gee, I think I'm having a mental health crisis. So then that referral from the police allows us to reach and support that group of people. So that's been very, very valuable to us and to a whole other vulnerable population. So that's how we've gotten where we are right now. We are presently a team of 5 outreach workers. We are very low barrier. There are no eligibility requirements or disqualifications. We are free to the user. There's no formal intake process. There's no opening paperwork. There's no wait list. There's nothing like that. If somebody walks up to us and needs advice or somebody calls us, it happens that day or the next day. So we try to be as in the moment as possible. We also try to be a very neutral presence. We talk to everyone, right? When we're downtown, and you see us talking to somebody, we could be talking to somebody who's looking for services. We could be talking to a community member. We could be talking to the family or friends of someone who's looking for services. We could be talking to a police officer. We could be talking to a merchant. So the nice thing about that is that what it does is it provides a certain level of anonymity for a person who might not otherwise want to be seen as talking to the mental health counselor or the outreach worker or out themselves as a homeless person, or who might just not even see themselves that way. So it makes it low barrier in that aspect, that just talking to us doesn't on its face make you aligned to any group. We operate 7 days a week. We are striving for 8-8 coverage. We've had that with some fits and starts. Right now, we have 8-8 coverage 3 days a week, 10:30 to 6 coverage 2 days a week, and 9 to 4:30 2 days a week. In the fiscal year, just to give you an idea about our volume, fiscal year 2022, we had about 4,000 contacts with roughly 800 unduplicated individuals. About 2,500 of those were in person. 20% of that work was either de-escalation or responding to a crisis. And about 1,500 of them were by phone or like a consult follow-up kind of call. So what do we do? To go back to what Matt said, we can't just say, well, we're going to limit ourselves to X. We always have to be kind of open to the idea that we're gonna meet the person where they are, what they need, and try to flex with the situation, and the environment that we find ourselves in. When we aren't on a call from a community member or a police officer, we're downtown. Meeting people, introducing ourselves to people who might be new in town, creating relationships, checking in, getting a sense of what's going on, what the needs might be, and what kind of trends are playing out in the area. Why do we do this? Because a lot of the folks that we work with are in a day-to-day kind of mode. There's not really the luxury of doing a lot of future planning. So what they need, they need it at that moment. And the window, if somebody in that situation is finally at a spot where they say, I'm ready to make a change, or I want to connect to X service, the window for that tends to be very small, because then the day-to-day pressures will mount back up again, and they won't be able to take that time to say, I'm gonna do something proactive with myself. So we try to be available, we'll try to be ready, and be there when that happens. Also, we find the best way to do our work in terms of assisting with de-escalating people is to have an existing relationship with the person. It's much easier to come from that, from a place of trust and familiarity, than to be the stranger who arrives on the scene. And it helps us to help the folks that we work with stay healthy, and that we are able to learn and gauge what doing well looks like for individuals, so that we can be proactive if we start to see that the people that we're working with are starting to exhibit signs of poor health, be it physical or mental health, or having a reoccurrence of substance use, so that we can be there to offer extra support or intervention if it's something that they're willing to tolerate. Why downtown? Because that's where most of the services are, and so that's where a lot of people will be. It is still the place where people like to congregate, especially vulnerable individuals who rely on public space. And it's also, a good place for us to be, to act as a liaison between folks and other community members, like merchants, who might not understand the struggle that people are going through, so that we can kind of promote a sense of community, and to help combat sort of an us versus them mentality. Which I just want to stop. I'm not trying to say that merchants are not inclusive. I find a lot of them to be really, really wanting to be helpful of their neighbors, and wanting very much to understand and try to help out. So, but there are always times when sometimes you need to be able to mediate that. So what is a call? So we say when we're not on call, we're downtown doing that. So when we're off on a call, we're doing something else. So a call is when an individual calls for service for themselves, or a community member, a merchant, police, or a provider calls us to a specific location to assist a person access services or address a mental health or a social service concern in the moment. And that could be anywhere in Burlington. I think a lot of times people have a perception that we only work in the downtown area. We don't get to do a lot of proactive work outside of downtown, simply because you got to pick a spot. Because Burlington's really big and there's only 5 of us, so we wouldn't possibly be able to canvass the whole city. So we work proactively downtown, but we do take calls anywhere in the city. For community members and merchants, those calls, which roughly are 10%, 10 to 15% of our work, look like concerns about a person's living situation, or their behaviors, seeing that someone might be in distress, and not really knowing what to do for that person. or how to approach them, so they'll call us. The police will often call us, as I said earlier. They to respond with them or instead of them. When there's an incident that is more of a mental health or a social service issue. They might also call us or email us about an incident that occurred in our off hours and ask us to follow up. Again, that's because a lot of people will call police when they're looking for help. I think we've all been kind of had that ingrained, call 911 if you don't know what to do. And so a lot of people still call police because they're like, I don't really know who to call. And so some of that will get triaged to us. Individuals will call us. That's about 1,300 of our calls. So that's a good bulk of the calls that we get are from individuals themselves looking for services, or people who stop us, because we always try to be available for people who want to ask us a question, reach out on the street.
Days, week, or yeah,
1,300
calls,
1,300 calls.
a day, a week.
So we had over the year,
Over the year.
yeah, because it was, out of 4,100 calls for the year, yeah.
Hey, wait, can I guess, how do I know to call you as opposed to 911 or Howard or,
How do you know to call me?
well, the street outreach team? So I see someone in distress, I'm
Mhm.
concerned.
Yep. I mean, if it would depend on what you're seeing.
Yeah.
Right, so if you think it's a medical
Yeah.
distress, call 911.
Yeah.
Right, if you see someone that they're not, they don't look like they're in any physical danger. They don't look like they're endangering other people, so there's no weapons. But you see someone who looks like they might be struggling. And you don't know if it's mental health or substance use or what. You can always call me, tell me what you're seeing, run it by me, we'll have a
So
conversation.
how do they, like, if I'm just a citizen,
How do you know?
where are you
Just-
listed?
Ah,
You know, like.
so
I know-
yes. Oh, I see where you're, that's a good question. So we are technically listed on the Howard website. And there's been many conversations within Howard about the Howard website. You will eventually get triaged to us. Through the Howard website. And I think also that's also why some people might just call the police because they know the police will dispatch us eventually. We do through the marketplace and through the BDA and just through like introducing ourselves to new merchants. Explain to people when to call us as opposed to calling 911, what kind of services we can offer. But you're right, I mean, I think like for the city as a whole, there's not like, we haven't really developed a really good way of getting that word out. So providers often will call us if their client is struggling in the community or they are about to be, or they've just recently become homeless, that the person needs additional advice or kind of consultation on coordinating more services. In the last year, this has resulted in calling us to do a lot more welfare checks, which is something that we didn't used to do. That used to be kind of like a police thing. But police have transitioned out of taking welfare checks. So we do a lot of those. Those are for people who don't show up to therapy appointments, don't show up to the clinic. Neighbor just hasn't seen them in a long time. So we do a lot more of those through providers now, as well as a lot more just work with First Call from Chittenden County to meet with and to coordinate assessments, mental health assessments for people who may be in need of involuntary hospitalization. Which I'll get to that a little bit more in depth later on. So, and how do we respond to these? I mean, sometimes it's a matter of just try to provide people with basic needs like tents, sleeping bags, helping them secure IDs, sometimes phones, helping them reconnect to or connect with a provider, triage the situation and then refer them to the right service. The good news is we have a lot of options in Burlington. There's a pretty vast and comprehensive social service net. It can be confusing how to navigate it. A lot of it has become specialized, which is good. But again, that kind of makes it a little difficult for people to know which shelter they should be calling or which sober house should they be looking at. So we'll try to help them assess that and get them in the right spot. And then again, if someone is struggling with suicidal ideation or homicidal ideation, if we can get them to voluntarily go up to the ED, we'll do that. And if not, we'll arrange with first call for an involuntary assessment. Well, the assessment has to be sort of somewhat cooperative, but start that process with first call for Chittenden County to see about like EE warrants and that whole process. And again, oops, I don't know why I have that there. So that's how we would respond to those kinds of things. And again, by just knowing what it looks like when a person is doing well, then we kind of know when someone is struggling. We know when we need to like pull in more supports, more interventions, and hopefully we can coordinate a more proactive care or treatment for a person when they're a danger to themselves, so that we can kind of avoid any really invasive kinds of interventions further on down the line. So then on to some of the challenges. So kind of touching on people feeling suicidal or homicidal. And I think, we see this nationwide in the news, needs and people's behaviors and symptoms just kind of across the board. Everything is more acute. People are feeling many more pressures on many more levels of society. And yet the systems are kind of drying up. And other systemic pressures are kind of mounting, like inflation and things like that. For example, like I was talking to Joe before everyone got here. I'm personally, my fear about this spring is that a lot of the COVID benefits that were extended are going to dry up. And there's not anything really coming down the pike to replace them. And we have a host of other pressures like inflation and all these other things that are kind of mounting. And so I worry about what will there be and how we're going to be able to respond to folks. For example, housing, I think we all know the ESD system will be a transition, and the transitional housing program system will be ending in March, if not June, which June would be great, but that's still only 3 months. For health, we've got, the Medicaid benefits that were extended during the pandemic are drying up. So that's thousands of people that were covered aren't going to be covered. And I see more people needing care. So the idea that less people are going to be able to get care is pretty frightening. Everyone Eats, which has been a huge boon to the community, will be going. I'm not sure what will be picking up that slack. Federal benefits are going to be the ones that were expanded for during COVID are gonna be collapsed, so that's gonna be a problem. The buses that were great for everybody to be able to get around and have a sense of freedom and be able to be able to get to the clinic and to be able to get to therapy and, you know, all of these places are not gonna be free anymore. And, you know, $8 for a trip back and forth to St. Albans, or even $3 a day across town for Burlington is pretty significant when you're living on, you know, less than $800 a month. So, and I see a lot of people who are currently only able to access care through the emergency system, either because they lack the capacity to plan ahead, you know, kind of in that day-to-day mode. So the idea of I'm gonna go to the doctors and get preventative care is just not on the table because they're in a real survival mode. And the emergency system is at capacity and not showing any signs of that easing up. Overdoses are climbing. There's more and more deadly and treatment-resistant substances. There's a lack of health beds, no substance use beds being built into the system, and the staffing crisis just seems to keep getting worse. So even the places that there are services, I don't see staffing. So those are the challenges. We are trying to support people to getting to the voluntary services that are available. We also are working very much lately. A lot of what our role is to support the emergency services, to support First Call for Chittenden County, to support UVM and CED and social work as they are working with people, to support BFD and BPD as they're called to people. And I see that as becoming less and less of a viable solution for people, because those systems are at capacity and they're not intended for long-term care anyway. So those are the challenges. And then just this for the trends, and then just specific to my program, one of the challenges is that, you know, like I said in the beginning, the great news is it's free. We don't charge, and we never will, because if we did become a charge for, or a bill for service thing, then we'd have to do opening paperwork, and it'd have to be all this taking of personal information, and it would just ruin the whole low barrier system. So, but we struggle. We had during COVID, we got funding for a 5th and a 6th position. We were able to fill the 5th position. We never were able to find a qualified candidate for the 6th position. But that was through SAMHSA funding. That grant runs in May. The agency has decided to just eat the 5th position, and they're going to run at a deficit. So we will be able to keep our 5th person. But right now, until we find other funding, we will not be able to get our 6th person, which means we cannot go to 8-to-8 staffing right now, which kind of flummoxes our whole desire to be able to support the emergency responses during the times that they have consistently said in surveys that we give that they need us to be there at least from 8-to-8, if not later. I don't know. I think I went over time. But okay. But I think you guys have plenty of time to ask questions. So any questions, comments?
I would ask you, I mean, what is the, you know, what can the city do to best support you?
Well, I mean, the city does fund us currently. I don't know how much, I'm horrible with numbers, but it does fund us for almost one full FTE, and so certainly to continue doing that is greatly appreciated. And then, you know, I hate to ask, but I mean, anything else that the city could do financially on that end would be great. Or, you know, if you know of any grants for us to apply for or anything, I mean, seriously.
How much money do you get from the state? More or less.
More or less, I wanna say, I think I've heard. Like. I wanna say. I've heard like 100 and something tossed around.
Are you still getting money from UVM as well?
Yes. And I think those are both like 100 and something each. The program itself is around $600,000. Well, if it was at six, it's about $100,000.
Yeah.
An outreach worker by the time you get done with benefits and admin. We don't make 100,000, just so you know. But to fund it, that's what it costs, about $100,000 per worker. So,
I have several questions. And one of them is, what the working relationship between the seat outreach and the CSL, CSOs of the police department? Do you feel that they're taking over what you've been doing, or they taking part of what you've been doing? And is there a need to coordinate over those support services with the people?
So the CSOs, we don't really have CSOs, community support officers. We haven't really had any cause to overlap with them. So I can't really speak about that. For CSLs, we do, there is not a lot of overlap, but they do a lot of what, I don't know what the current word for it used to be called, non-categorical case management. So if a person really needs care service or case management type things, you know, someone to help them see a project through. But they're not eligible for Howard Center CRT, and they're not eligible for, you know, whatever, all the other programs that offer that service. Then it's my understanding that the CSLs will provide that. So to that end, I mean, we do a lot of, like, if it's a mental health call, it looks like it's gonna be primarily mental health. We'll take a first pass, see if it's something that's gonna be more ongoing, then we'll refer back to them. And then they'll pick it up to kind of do like the ongoing kind of stuff. Conversely, if they get dispatched to something and are like, whoa, this is like an emergent mental health or social service need, you know, they'll call us and then we'll coordinate the more emergency response. And then I think that I think there's plenty to go around. I do think, you know, we've been working on having that system be a little smoother. But that'll come with time.
Let me ask this question and then close. So you talked about the 6 element, you did not get the qualification. Six person. The 6 person.
Yeah.
For example, you didn't find someone who's.
Right.
And we need to understand what are the trainings that you receive. Is there a certificate to become a state outreach?
What are we looking for?
And also, what type of trainings do you guys receive?
Do we
Escalation,
Yeah.
de-escalation, and what? Yeah.
Okay. So to be a street outreach worker, so it's an odd position that requires sort of an odd set of skills. It used to be a bachelor's level position. Over the last 2 or 3 years, we've changed that to have it be, I think it can be 2 years of education, education and or lived experience. So it's really more just taking the total of that person's experience. And then seeing if it fits into, do they know, are they familiar with social services? Do they have critical thinking skills? Are they, do they have like, the ability to, multitask, to kind of change hats on a dime? Do they have, experience with substance use disorder treatment? Do they have experience serving homeless populations? Do they have any experience working with children in crisis? Do they have de-escalation skills training? Do they have just I think I've covered most of them. But then, so if we see that there's somebody who either has like a bachelor's in that and some practical skills, because it's not really, it is an entry-level position, and yet it's not. Because a lot of the work that we do is kind of acute. So it's not really fair or safe to say that we're going to take somebody who's never done anything like it before and throw them in. And we do have de-escalation training. It's called therapeutic options training. We've started taking physical assault defense systems, which is essentially a training for us so that we feel more comfortable if someone is physically aggressive, that we, in addition to being able to use our verbal skills, feel like we can get out of the way and stay safe. I mean, we get a host of just the Howard Center trainings on suicidality, suicide prevention, lethal means, just hours of it, so.
This is, I think, as much maybe a question for the mayor's office that I assume you've been in conversation with as well, but I'm just curious because it is more of like emergency needs that you all focus on, that as we're thinking about the foods model, how much this will lay into this versus building on top of, versus just curious what that expansion looks like.
It's an important question, and one of the work that's happening now since Jackie Corley came on, and we have this kind of clarity that we have a working model with the state, is there's quite a bit of work going on to trying to answer detailed questions exactly like this. How does this new resource coordinate and interact with these existing resources? And we haven't fully answered to that yet. It's something that's very much being worked through. It's not just street outreach, it's also like that one. It's EBM MC is very involved in they'll have control and receiving, they'll end up giving some medical direction to the team that's in the field. So they've been very involved in these conversations. It's I know it's not what anyone wants to hear. It's one of the reasons why it's been taking a while to get this stood up, is a lot of detailed questions like that to sort out. You may be more in touch with kind of the up-to-date.
It's like, even if it's an impossible question, I'd still love to get your take on it.
So I have not been privy to those conversations, which, I mean, honestly, kind of dizzying, all of the layers that go into it. So I'm kind of glad for as nosy as I normally am. But what I do anticipate, just knowing how systems work and how they normally play out, I believe that we will still be in that supporting the emergency support role. So from my perspective, I think it is, I still think that it is important that we be able to be in that 8 to 8 position so that we can still do our groundwork and support the CAHOOTS model. Or are the CAHOOTS model and the team same thing? It's two different things.
Stay tuned.
Okay, so I think, okay, good.
New name is.
Because I was getting like confused. Okay, so I mean, from the way I've seen the CAHOOTS model being fleshed out, I think that that street outreach, and yes, that street outreach will still be will be the on the ground support piece for that. And the thing that will be nice about that is that they will be the more nimble emergency response, but that's gonna sort of like be the top layer of that. So we'll be here being supportive. So I think it is different and complementary.
Thank you.
Thank you, Tim. This is helpful. I know a lot about what you all do, but I didn't have full history, so I appreciate you letting me do that. I guess my question is kind of connected to Councilor Hightower's in terms of, how you all are dispatched. And I've called first call several times. And just curious, comparing a call coming in through 911 versus somebody calling first call, how it's is there one lane that's faster that will get to you all more quickly?
No,
Okay.
I mean, so, no, I mean, first call, if you call them, I mean, I think if you think you are calling because you have a mental health crisis that needs to be dealt with in the moment, that's really emergent, like somebody's actively suicidal, or homicidal, then I think calling first call first is probably the best route. Then they may say, well, we know that person and could we have street outreach come out and kind of assess what's going on first, or, we don't have anybody right now, but it would be helpful to have street outreach come out. They would just call us either directly on our personal cells, or they're not personal cells, they're our direct lines. Or through our 488 general team number. But that's not any faster or any different than how dispatch gets a hold of us, so it's the same. What's bad is when they both call us at the same time and all of our phones blow up.
Sort of a common, and I'll say this to the mayor too, as we now add our emergency intervention team, I think there needs to be a lot more community information on who to call and how that works, because I hear complaints, I guess, for lack of a better word, I don't know who to call. And particularly if you're in a situation where the person you're with or who's having the episode doesn't want you to call 911. And I hear sort of two sets. One is I call 911 and they can't come right away, and then what do I do? Or conversely, the person maybe you're calling on behalf of really doesn't want you to call 911. Then I call Howard, main number, and it's 6 o'clock. So I just think the whole process needs more communication, I guess. I'll say that to them, because I think that's a problem.
Well, and I feel the same way about. I mean, I think a joint PSA would be
And now we
very
have
beneficial.
the new suicide hotline.
Yep,
Just good.
right.
So I mean, there's a couple of new numbers to call.
But you're right, and I've, like I said, I understand why the Howard Center website is the way the Howard website is, and I have my own wishes about how the Howard Center website was. And maybe that's something that in, kind of like a community whole, like maybe when the team gets rolled out, there could be something that's sort of comprehensive about, these are all the great services we have. Here's a decision tree for you.
Well, and I guess it's people, particularly if they're in the moment of calling you, probably aren't looking at a website either.
True.
They
And so,
probably-
and that's why 911 is still good, I guess.
Did anyone have any other questions or?
I mean, I think for me, as we continue to build out these systems, you know, obviously it sounds like street outreach has been around since about 2000 and you know, we have a lot of, you know, I think about the police department, DCF, street outreach, various agencies, all sort of creating this network of services for what is arguably oftentimes an extremely vulnerable population. And I think part of me wonders, how do we continue to improve that system when it is sort of this mosaic-like structure? And then I think in terms of, I don't know if regulatory is the right word, but sometimes it's hard for me to figure out like, how do we know what's helping and what's working? Especially when you have external factors that are contributing to where people are at. But then just also given the circumstances, I think it can be hard for people to be potentially in a place to like advocate for what is working for them. And I think that that's something that I think about with these services, and especially I think that ones that are under an agency that aren't. And I know, and I had asked you this maybe a while ago. I don't even know what that's, but or I was like, how? Because there isn't really, we're not really tracking people's experience of working with street outreach, right? I mean, like we're not collecting data, and I'm not saying that that's like the be all and end all, and that can get like needlessly bureaucratic and just be sort of like technical or whatever, but I do just wonder, and I think, you know, as we were just sort of talking about, like, then there's going to be like the caboose model, and then there's going to be hardship and all these things. It's like, but how do we really figure out what's working, and also how do we make sure that's not coming just from people who are in a position to, like, sort of in the power position of creating those services and not needing to receive those services, but how are they actually working for people who are receiving them, and in a way that's like providing dignity for their lives and gives them agency, and also doesn't like sort of slip into that sort of like in removing the problem from people who don't. Do you know what I mean? Like,
I do. And
from society who's like, who doesn't need to be like asked, like, are you on your meds, you know, or whatever. Cause I also like, I don't necessarily believe that people need to be on their meds. Like, I don't, I think that there's a lot of lack of sort of even comfort or like education, or there's a lot of stigma around just people being like expressively a certain way that we're just not sure. People who don't experience like outside of the shared reality are like, what do I do? Like, why is that person yelling? Because they are seeing something that I'm not seeing, and that makes me uncomfortable, you know? And so I'm just like, how do we do that in a way that continues to provide dignity, especially when we're looking at mental health, but also things like substance use and all these things are someone who's just struggling with homelessness.
yeah, no, I agree, and I struggle with that as well. We have surveys, so that was kind of, you know, surveys were sort of like all the thing, and we do them every year. We give them to all the providers that we work with, the merchants, the police, blah, blah. And then it comes down to, you know, trying to get feedback from the people that we work with. And I have a hard time even like saying to some, you know, like saying to someone like, well, to give them a survey and to like imply that like they're my client. You know what I mean? Because to them, I am a person that they know that I work for street outreach, and they ask me a question, right? And now they're getting this like survey that I mean, it doesn't ask any disrespectful questions, but then it creates a weird dynamic. And like you said, like it kind of insinuates something. And even the people who are like, oh yeah, I'd love to give feedback about your work. Then you always wonder, well, are you giving that feedback because, and you're saying something nice because you feel like you have to? So it gets, the whole power dynamic of it in general gets really weird. And I have never really, I mean, we do client surveys every year, but I'm always sort of like half-hearted about it because I'm not sure of what it's actually collecting. And it doesn't capture everybody, because a lot of the people that we work with they hadn't, in their experience, they had an interaction with us, right? I might see that I helped them get to the shelter, or I helped them when they were in the middle of a psychotic episode. But their experience is that I was just a person who came up and helped them. And I'm not gonna get in the middle of telling them that that wasn't the experience they had, right? So then how do you capture that feedback? Because what would that even look like? Why would you say to somebody that you just helped cross the street, can you give me some feedback about how I helped you cross the street? Well, that would be weird. So I get that.
Yeah, I think it's just something I think I'd like to keep thinking about, especially because we have sort of these. It's a lot with the sort of public-private sort of network support. And I think that we've just over decades struggled to provide, not like us in Burlington, but like as a
Culture.
country,
Yeah.
culture in the US, like to provide care in a way that is dignified and like, I mean, and I hear you saying, you know, meeting people where they're at, but I think really truly meets people where they're at. I think some of it is so much just what you just said, a little bit is just there's not enough funding, which is extremely frustrating. And it's just something that we continue to grapple with in I think mental health work, but yeah, I just yeah, I really believe that people like deserve to be helped in a way that is helpful to them and not how someone externally outside of the situation has decided is helpful.
Right.
So
And I hope
it's
you
just-
didn't take my saying, like, people saying, oh, they just need to like start taking meds as like me feeling that way, right?
No.
Okay, good.
I mean, I wasn't sure because I think there are people who, I mean, and that was the
way it
model
was.
when Thorazine came out.
Yeah.
And people just realized, you know, we can just get people to be quiet.
Right. And that's something, so I have to say, that's
Let
one
them up
thing,
with meds.
one thing that another like kind of just mini challenge that we've had this year is there are so many people who are using meth and opioids in a more public fashion than Burlington has ever experienced before. And I think, you know, people were used to seeing people publicly inebriated, right? People be like, oh, that guy's drunk. Whatever, he's drunk, it's fine. He can be drunk. I'm not worried about that. But when people see somebody who is under the influence of meth or opioids, they don't know what it is. And there's this alarm, like, oh my God, do you see that guy over there? Do you see what they're doing? And they're like, he's okay, like that, he's high, I think, if that's what it looks like, that's what he's experiencing and he's all right, you know, and like maybe we'll monitor to make sure that it doesn't start to OD, but to even just have that, like to get people to realize that in addition to people experiencing reality different than others or being neurodivergent and just reacting to stimuli differently than others, you know, sometimes the behaviors are that they are under the influence and it looks different than what we as a society are used to. And I mean, it's okay.
Yeah, I think that is like a huge, like the amount of emails that I get with people just being like, I can't believe someone's using, and I'm like, people get high.
That's-
That
yeah.
is something that like some people engage in because that's where they're at, and I never know exactly what to say in response to those emails because I think there is just so much stigma about it, and then there is sort of this coupled with that, this sort of fear.
Right.
And I don't know exactly what to say to be like, it's not really like you're not in danger. in
Right.
that situation.
Right,
And we do have people in the community who can support that person to make sure they stay safe.
right. That's what we always say, we always
It's not
try to like
always
go and make
scary
sure
for
they're
us.
not in danger. Yeah.
Right.
And try to
And
assure them that
that's
like,
just and then maybe some people are just like, nope, like that's just a line for me, but I mean,
I think some of it's just like primal, you know, I mean, if you see someone moving erratically, I think that like gets your limbic system, some people up and some people are more sensitive than.
yeah, I think there's the part of it is for me, it's also the moralizing
Mm.
that I'm just like, I don't know where.
Yeah.
Go with this. I don't feel like there's a moral
Right,
dilemma here, but you know, I want to make sure the person's safe.
right.
I'm not moralizing the situation, so. Anyway, thank you for your perspective and thanks for letting me ask so many questions.
Tammy, can I ask, how many of your interactions are short-term versus long-term? I mean, you get called, somebody's having.
And what do you mean by short-term versus?
Well, you talk to them, you try to steer them
Mhm.
to services. You know, maybe to a shelter, get housing, get in the system. And you hope at some point they get in some system,
Mhm.
whatever that may
Right,
be.
right.
Or are you still dealing with the same person 5 years later? And I'm more looking for
Yeah.
percentages of,
Yeah.
not percentages,
Well,
but
also, you had said that there were 4,100 calls, but only 800 individuals. Is that?
800 unduplicated.
Yes.
So we had
So what-
4,000 calls, right? So somebody called or we talked to somebody 4,000 times throughout the year. And that was with 800 different people. Right? So it wasn't 4,000 calls about the same 30 people. It was 4,000 calls with 800 people.
and I would assume,
Seems like a-
no, but the minute you call them from, till they kind of get in the system, you're gonna have a lot of interaction, right? At a certain level. From day one to 6 months from now. But then I'm just trying to get a sense of after, I don't know, I'm picking 6 months, but some amount of time. Are you still there talking to them every day? You
I
know,
mean, so there are some people that I have been literally talking to for 20 years.
Yeah.
And then there are other people that it is kind of one and done, you know, you meet them and they're like, I just need to know where the shelter is. And you,
and then what I'm trying
Yeah.
to drive at instead of maybe you can't do it like a perspective on,
like, do people progress?
well, I think people progress, but sort of volume of work, you know? There's a certain group of folks you probably will be talking to for 20 years, but
Yeah,
you'd hope that there'd be
oh, I
some
see what you're
others
saying, yeah.
that would,
I mean, maybe 60-40.
okay. Just trying to get kind of a sense of,
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I think, you know, so it's kind of interesting because the way the day works out and because we try to like catch back up on things that happened when we were off hours. The two people who come in the morning, they do a lot of the more acute kind of stuff because it's like things are happening, like things have been happening for the last hour and we've been waiting for you to get here, or this happened last night, you know, try to follow up on that. So they probably do a lot more, like they would talk to somebody, they would go out on that call, they would interact with them. And then that incident and that need would be closed out and they might see somebody more than once 20% of the time, you know, whereas the guys who come in later, like the days calm down. So they get to go out and do more of the proactive work. So the people that they see, they'll be seeing like more regularly, like more following up, like checking in and like, did you get that housing application in? You know, are you still thinking about going to the turning point? I'll walk down there with you. That kind of stuff.
We could probably spend the
Oh, yes.
rest of the evening talking about this. Tammy, thank you so much for, thanks so much for being here. Sorry, the rest of your team had had work to do and I'd love to have had all of them here, but thank you for your work and your commitment to the city.
Can I ask one more question, just in terms of if for the most helpful, those of us who like to read and like to listen, what's the most helpful place to look for information on like some of the statistics that you gave us or not a thing?
You know, I could actually, so we get, so I was saying we do the surveys. And every year we have an evaluation thing compiled and published. I could send that out.
That'd be amazing.
That'd be great, we'd be
Can
happy.
you, yeah, send it to you and then you can
Sure.
disseminate it?
Or you can actually just say citycouncil@burlingtondt.gov. Actually, yeah, it's our inbox.
That and a lot of other.
Yeah, that and many other things. So we'll continue on with our agenda, and again, thanks so much, Tammy.
All right,
It's a
thank you.
pleasure to hear what you, hear your work that you do. We'll go on to item number 3, which are the communications that we're gonna be receiving in executive session. The first is a litigation matter, the second is a personnel matter. Traditionally, before we go into executive session, before we make these motions, I'll turn to the administration. I don't know if you have anything that you want to add on either of the 2 items in open session, or if we just go into motions.
I don't think there's anything to add at this point.
Okay, great, thank you, Mayor. With that, I'll go to Counselor Carpenter, if you have the motions up. And you can make the first motion to executive session. Or the first motion that will lead us to the motion to go into executive session.
Okay, I would like to move that the council find that premature public knowledge of legal advice and information concerning the details of pending litigation, Trudo et al. Versus City of Burlington et al., to which the city is a party, has a stated interest, and clearly place the city at a substantial disadvantage. I further move that the council go into executive session to discuss a disciplinary or dismissal action against a public officer or employee pursuant to 1 VSA subsection 313A4.
Thank you, Counselor Carpenter. That is a mouthful. Is there a second to the motion? Seconded by Counselor McGee. Thank you. All those in favor, is there any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, then we'll go to a vote. All those in favor of the motion as Counselor Carpenter has said, please say aye.
Okay.
Any opposed, please say no. That's excellent. That is unanimous. So Counselor Carpenter, if we could go on to, with regard to the first part of the motion regarding pending litigation, we have a second motion on that.
Based on that finding regarding Trudo et al. Versus City of Burlington et al., I move that the council go into executive session to receive confidential attorney-client communications, 1 VSA subsection 313A1F, in a pending civil litigation matter, 1 VSA subsection 313A1.
Thank you, Counselor Carpenter, seconded by Counselor McGee. And I would note that in the first executive session, that will include the mayor's staff attorney, Tom Simon, who is patiently been waiting for us. And the second executive session will include CAO Shad. I don't know if HR Director Durfee plans to be here as well, and the mayor's staff. And I don't know if you plan to stay for the first executive session. CAO Shad, yes? Yes. Okay, so it'll include you as well, the second and the first one. Is there any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, we'll go to a vote. All those in favor of the motion, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say no. That will bring us into executive session. And we are hoping to, because both of them should be rather short, we're hoping to be done by around 6:15, 6:20, or we are at 6. Oh no, we're actually at 6:50, 7:15 or 7:20.
So we are back from the executive sessions. Thank you so much for your patience in waiting for us. The next item on our agenda is the public forum, and given that it's already a few minutes past 7:30, we will get started with public forum. And actually, wait a minute. My apologies, just a moment. Okay, my apologies, just had to get onto Zoom so that we can have anyone who's joining us remotely be able to speak. Thank you again for your patience. We will begin our public forum, and before we do, just a few pieces of information. The system on the table in front of us has 3 lights. A green one will shine when you begin speaking. The second is a yellow light, which will shine when you have 30 seconds left, and then the last is a red light when your time is up. We ask that you please complete your comments when the sound and the light indicate that your time is up so that everyone is given the same amount of time to speak. We have a hybrid system for public forum, so if you wish to speak in person, if you're here in Contois, you can go to my right. In the back of the room, there are pieces of paper. Just fill one out and give them to Sarah Chalori, and they will give that to me. If you wish to speak via Zoom, you can do that. There is a link on Burlington VT /city council /public forum, and a form will come up when you go to that link. Please complete the form, and your answers will come into a spreadsheet that I'm actually looking at on my computer, and that way I can know that you want to speak. As has always been our practice, or certainly has been our practice of late, Burlington residents will have first priority in speaking. So we will go to Burlington residents that are here in Contois first, and then we will go to Burlington residents online, then back to Contois to non-Burlington residents in person, and then back to our online non-Burlington residents who are joining us via Zoom. We only have one request, and that is, other than keeping to the time limit, that during public forum, we ask that you please speak to us respectfully, as we will to you. And to direct your comments to me as the chair and not to anyone else at this table. Please do not personalize your comments. We do know, and we have at times had families that come to Contois to engage with us at council meetings. It is their way of working to encourage their children to be a part of civic engagement. And we know that there are people who watch us online. So please try to keep that in mind. And we also want to hear what you have to say, and it's a whole lot easier for us to listen if you speak respectfully. With that, we will start the public forum and in Contois. And the first person is Jessica Oski, to be followed by Miguel Lozano. Welcome. Please, no need to rush. We all have a schedule. And just make sure that the microphone is on. There's a little button where it says push.
Okay, can you hear
Thank
me?
you. Yes.
Thank you, President Paul and members of the council. My name is Jessica Oski, and I've applied for a seat on the Police Commission. I moved to Burlington in 1982 to go to UVM and have been a resident ever since, but for a 3-year hiatus to go to law school. For the past 30 years, I've been a lawyer and a lobbyist, including 5 years as an assistant city attorney serving with the Honorable Councilor Bergman. I love Burlington, and I care deeply about the people, the neighborhoods, the schools, the shops and restaurants, the lake and parks. I raised my son here 13 years through Burlington schools. Thank you for considering my application to join the Burlington Police Commission. I see the role of a commissioner as an opportunity to support the success of the Burlington Police Department and to be an active participant in reimagining the future of policing in Burlington. I believe that everyone in Burlington has a right to feel safe, whether they're homeowners, renters, people without homes, new residents, longtime residents, business owners, students, or visitors. And the Burlington Police Department is just one piece of that safety puzzle. To me, a successful Burlington Police Department is one that promotes safety, builds trust, collaboration, and legitimacy throughout the city, is self-aware, is fair and impartial, is constantly improving, and is accountable to the community. I look forward to your support and the opportunity to serve the city that I love, and I'm grateful to all of you for your service. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Jessica. Our next speaker is Miguel Lozano, to be followed by Romeo von Herman. Good evening.
I am honored once again to have your attention. I want to take a moment to talk about the importance of voting and the crucial role of election inspectors. Elections are the cornerstone of democracy, and the right to vote is one of the most fundamental rights we possess. Voting gives us a voice, a say in how our society is run, and the power to hold our leaders accountable. It is our civic duty to participate in the democratic process, and by doing so, we can help shape the future of our city, state, country, the world. But voting is not possible without the dedicated work of election inspectors. These individuals work tirelessly to ensure that every eligible voter can exercise their right to vote in a fair and secure manner. They organize polling stations, train poll workers, and ensure that every vote is counted accurately. Election inspectors are the unsung heroes of our democracy, and we owe them a debt of gratitude for their hard work and dedication. So I urge all of you to exercise your right to vote and to support the important work of election inspectors. Together, we can ensure that democracy remains strong and vibrant for generations to come. And I'm sorry to personalize it a little bit there, Chair. My name is Miguel Lozano from Santa Fe, Albuquerque, New Mexico. I did not come to Burlington, Vermont to get a piece of the pie. With the help of the community, the council, and by the grace of God, I'm here to create the pie that everyone will want a piece of. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Our next speaker is Romeo von Herman, to be followed by Todd LaCroix. Good evening.
Good evening, thank you. Madam President, councilors, mayor, the administrative team. I just wanted to be here today just to thank you guys for the work you all do. I know it's a very thankless job and a very busy job to have. I do understand the importance of civic engagement, and I know the importance of delivering what the people are asking for. At the end of the day, I just want to say thank you for the work you all do, just to simplify it. So thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Todd LaCroix, to be followed by Steve Goodkind. Good evening, Todd.
For the last few years, I've seen how you all pretend to care about the people who have been killed by police elsewhere, while at the same time, you continue to dehumanize me and people like me, the survivors. You throw us away, you treat us like crap. You tell us it's our fault. You do all sorts of horrible things. And yet, I'm even worse off. You know why? Because the police, they continue to beat me up, harass me for speaking about it. Surviving is worse. Because you know what? The benefit of dying is that you don't have to find out how full of shit everybody is about caring. And you treat us being angry about being dehumanized like there's something wrong with us, while you continue to support things like torture. Our children are being murdered. Number one fucking death, bullets. And yet, you're more concerned about a war with Russia. You're more concerned about spending money on death weapons than fixing our roads, than fixing our schools, fixing the problems in our culture. You want to ban TikTok, but you don't want to do anything about Facebook, which led the way to messing our children up. You always just want to whack-a-mole. And way you do this is that you have to tell yourself it's our fault for surviving so that you can live with it.
Thank you, Todd. Our next speaker is Steve Goodkind, to be followed by Jake Schuman. Hi, Steve.
Thank you, President Paul. I'm going to try and read this in 2 minutes. I think I can.
Following me around. This guy right here. Following me around. Like there's something wrong with me.
All clear?
Go ahead, thank you. You're just gonna need to press the button in front of you, so the light is green where it says push. Is it on?
Now it's on, right?
Great.
Okay, got it. Burlington declared a climate emergency in 2019. The declaration calls for the city to be net carbon neutral by 2050. So let's take a look at the McNeil plant from that perspective. The wood-burning McNeil plant generates over 400,000 tons of CO2 per year. It's the largest single source of CO2 production in Vermont. McNeil only acknowledges a tiny fraction of the 400,000 tons when figuring their carbon footprint because they consider wood to be a renewable resource. Trees require 80 to 100 years to reach maturity in Vermont. While McNeil gets most of its wood from the parts of trees that are not useful to the lumber industry, it still requires the harvesting of whole trees to create the so-called waste product that is chipped and burned by McNeil. The net result is a large reduction of the carbon absorption capabilities of forests in Vermont and New York. From today until 2050, only about 15% of the CO2 absorption capabilities lost by the forests harvested during this period for McNeil will have been renewed. At the same time, McNeil will emit at least 10,800,000 tons of CO2. Not very renewable, not in that time frame. McNeil's renewable power also allows it to sell renewable energy credits. This greenwashing enables others to continue to operate their own dirty facilities while McNeil continues to run. In summary, the actual carbon footprint of McNeil consists of CO2 from combustion, the lost absorption capacity of harvested forests, and the CO2 emissions from facilities that buy the renewable energy credits from McNeil. It's fair to say that McNeil is probably among the worst options for power generation when it comes to climate impact. Worse even than fossil fuels that don't rely on forests and don't sell renewable energy credits. With full accounting of the impact of McNeil, the city will not come close to meeting the 2050 goals of the Climate Emergency Declaration if it continues to operate McNeil as planned, and the carbon tax and district energy projects will only make things worse. Thank you.
Thanks very much. Our next speaker is Jake Schuman, to be followed by Fareed. Hi, Jake. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Jake Schuman. Thank you, councilors and President Paul. I would like to speak about the Trinity campus redevelopment, and I would like to encourage council to table the discussion until the University of Vermont has a memorandum of understanding signed with the city. I'd like to say that one of the primary reasons why housing is unaffordable in our city is because our renters are a captive market. There's not enough housing, and the housing stock is concentrated into far too few hands. Yes, more housing is good, but more temporary housing is not. More temporary housing creates a situation where students moving out of short-term housing for their first and second year as UVM students put increased pressure on our market as third, fourth, and fifth year students. We need to consider UVM as more than a neighbor. UVM needs to be a partner. Partners reach agreements. They make commitments to each other. I would like to ask this council to remember that you do not serve UVM. You serve the people. Finally, I'd just like to say that because of the consequential nature of this specific item before you today, in the absence of a Ward 8 City Councilor, I again think it is incumbent upon the council to table this discussion. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Fareed, to be followed by Aspen Overy.
In 2015, I was part of the campaign for the ballot question regarding the all residents voting, allowing people who are non-citizens to vote. I remember how much of a struggle it was to even get this administration to not block that ballot question from reaching the ballot. And now, 7 years later, 8 years later, we see the city even sponsoring some of the campaign signs that we see out there, encouraging people to support all residents voting. I also got in my mailbox today opposing question 7, calling it an experiment. Was the 2015 ballot question an experiment? We call that progress, and it's not an experiment, it's progress. The same should apply to ballot question 7 that we have on town meeting day. It's not an experiment, it's progress. And I realize some of you, it's not as urgent to reform the police, to put some oversight, but for a lot of us, this is a life and death situation. We need this. Let's make progress. We have not made that. We've been promised that, but we haven't. Finally, I want to thank the majority of you who signed the petition for Prop 0. And for people who oppose it, I wish they would just be more honest that they don't want direct democracy instead of trying to confuse the voters with least concern. As you can see from the city attorney's memo, this is not a huge deal. Everybody else in Vermont has it. Please go into Vermont statutes annotated and look for permissive referendums. This is something that all the towns have except for Burlington.
Thank you so much, Fareed. Our last speaker who's joining us in person in Contois is Aspen Overy, and then we'll go on to people that are joining us online. Good evening.
Good evening, my name is Aspen Overy. I come today as a member of the UVM Union of Students to talk about agenda item 7.02, the Trinity rezoning, and to encourage that it be tabled. So I want to provide a voice that's somehow rarely heard in discussions with regarding to the university in Burlington. The voice of a student and the voice of students. Frequently on both sides of the aisle, there's a tendency to talk about students as almost cattle or people who one, are total backers of Suresh Garamella, and that all students are synonymous with UVM administration, and two, as students are as not proper residents or not proper citizens. And neither of these are true. Students strongly disagree with UVM administration and their policy of infinite growth. UVM has made the policy choice to warehouse us and pack us in like sardines. In addition to this off-campus housing crisis, UVM is manufacturing an on-campus one as well. And I really encourage, and UVM, if we rezone Trinity, UVM will not stop. UVM will just simply push it more and more and more, as we've seen with their just rampant desire for growth, having the ideology of a cancer cell. This can have drastic impacts on the city of Burlington as a whole, skyrocketing rent prices, hurting students. We do not want Trinity to be rezoned without an enrollment cap. Thank you. And any attempt by the UVM administration to claim otherwise is lying, to be quite honest. And I sincerely hope you all table this until there's a memorandum of understanding. Thank you so much. Have a great evening.
Thank you very much. We will go on to people that are joining us online and just give a chance to get the timer up. Those who are joining us online are all Burlington residents, and the first is Sharon Busher. And Sharon, I've enabled your microphone. You should be able to speak.
Yes, I can. Thank you so much, President Paul. I wanted to address both of the ordinances that are on your deliberative agenda. And I sent written communications, unlike me, but I did. And I know they're in your packet. The first item is inclusionary zoning. And that I would respectfully ask that you add to the draft language square footage for 3 and 4 bedroom units. Initially, there was a statement that no families really needed those affordable units, but that's really not true. So I'm hoping that that can be amended. The trouble for me with the inclusionary zoning is the genesis of this, the fact that there may be a developer who wants to create student housing in our downtown. And I really feel that this once was our marketplace. It once was vibrant and had commercial and retail and some housing, and we wanted to enhance that mix. But I feel that I just want to caution everybody that I feel that that scale is now tipping, and pretty soon all of the property tax burden will be on residential units, renters and property owners alike. I'm very concerned about that. The second thing is, it's been spoken about quite a bit. I've asked that you consider tabling the Trinity overlay. And the reason I did is because I, like others, want an honest and frank discussion with UVM administration about capping their enrollment, because adding on-campus housing for undergrad students will help UVM and ultimately harm our city and make the housing crisis worse. Thank you very much, and I hope you all will at least scan what I wrote, because it's more in-depth than what I just stated. Thanks again.
Thank you, Sharon. Our next speaker is Milo Grant, to be followed by Ashley Adams. And Milo, I have found you and enabled your microphone. Please go ahead. Before you do, there is someone who has raised their hand, Bob Butani. We will come back. We will go to you last, so just so that you're aware that I have seen your hand raised. Go ahead, Milo.
Hi, thank you, President Paul. I just want to agree with what Jake Schuman said about UVM and the fact that we don't have an MOU with them. I want everyone to think about the fact that they currently, as we all know, have to house their freshmen and sophomores on campus. 30% of those students are housed in triples. 30%. So although we want to continue with zoning changes in order to have more housing built and have the option of having increased housing in Trinity, on Trinity campus, it doesn't mean anything if they are not getting their enrollment under control. And I want to give a shout out to State Legislator Troy Hedrick for the work that he's going to be doing in trying to tackle this from a legislative point of view. I want to thank you also for having Tammy Buddha speak to the City Council today. I'm sure you found what she had to say to be valuable and to be related to public safety in our community. We have previously had her on the Police Commission. The things that she talked about, where some of the funds around that were provided for COVID, for housing, free busing, and these other things are going to create a perfect storm for us. So we really need to start thinking and planning in a better way than we are, really thinking about deadlines and goals in order to get all these other supporting resources up and going. I would like to also see some type of follow-up on the mental health summit that brought up issues of coordination, issues of bringing other providers into the network. Where are we with following up on that very important summit? Thank you.
We will go to Ashley Adams, and Ashley, I have found you and enabled your microphone. Please go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Good evening, counselors. Remember each of those separate things. We did remember some. I thought you just could hold that much information in your brain. I know.
Well, I had
Hi, can you hear me?
Can, go ahead.
I had all sorts of noise in the background. I'm not sure what that was. I'm here tonight to urge residents to vote no on ballot question 2, the carbon impact fee item. If you care about the climate emergency, your first instinct will be to vote yes, because the question asks voters to allow the city to impose a fee on fossil fuel heating systems in new buildings and large existing commercial and industrial buildings. However, the question is extremely misleading. It excludes and therefore incentivizes renewable heating systems, but it doesn't inform voters that what the city defines as renewable. You and I might think that renewable means heating sources that do not increase greenhouse gas emissions. However, as with the so-called net zero energy plan, Burlington defines renewable as including wood burned at McNeil biomass plant, as well as so-called renewable gas and biodiesel. Incentivizing these types of carbon-intensive polluting fuels will increase greenhouse gas emissions, adversely affect public health, and impair forest biodiversity. Burning wood emits more carbon dioxide per unit of energy than any fossil fuel, including coal. It emits other air pollutants that are harmful to human health, and it causes destruction and impairment of the biodiversity of our forests. The McNeil plant is the largest stationary source of greenhouse gas and other harmful air pollutants in Vermont, emitting 453,347 tons of CO2 in 2021 per the EPA. That is the equivalent of 88,640 gasoline-powered passenger vehicles driven for 1 year. Is this what we want to be promoting? So-called renewable gas is methane and is just as polluting as the gas that we're currently burning. Biofuel production generates greenhouse gases and other harmful pollutants and leads to destruction of forests and displacement of land used for food production around the world. Burlington residents deserve real progress on reducing greenhouse gas emissions, not initiatives that promote false climate solutions. Please vote no on ballot item 2, and you can visit stopbtvbiomass.org for more detailed information. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Our last speaker, unless we have received any other requests, our last speaker online is Bob Butani, who just had raised their hand. Bob, please correct me if I've mispronounced your name. I've enabled your microphone, so you should be able to speak now.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you very much for the opportunity to speak. I was not able to get the link going, so I appreciate the opportunity. I'll be very brief. I support a motion to table consideration of the proposed Trinity campus zoning ordinance amendments until such time that the full council can obtain and analyze independent research on the potential consequences that this situation can create, and which probably would exacerbate the critical housing crisis already in existence in Burlington. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. There's no one else in the queue online, and we don't have any more slips of paper in front of me. I don't know if there's anyone else who wishes to speak. If you do, we'll give you a short time to stand up and be looking like you are going to the other side of the room to fill out a form. Otherwise, we will close the public forum at 8:04. Thank you to all who came to speak to us. Before we continue with our council meeting, we do have 2 other meetings this evening to attend to, that being the City Council with Mayor Presiding and the Board of Civil Authority. I'll recess the City Council meeting at 8:04, and we'll turn the gavel over to Mayor Weinberger for these 2 meetings.
Thank you, President Paul. I will call to order the City Council with Mayor Presiding and would welcome a motion on the agenda.
So moved.
Thank you, President Paul. Is there a second? Second by Councilor McGee. Any discussion of the agenda? We will
All those in favor of adopting the agenda, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? We have an agenda. The next item is the consent agenda, and I would welcome a motion to adopt the consent agenda and take the actions indicated.
So moved.
Thank you, President Paul. Second by Councilor McGee. Any discussion of the consent agenda? Seeing none, we'll go to a vote. All those in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Are there any opposed? The consent agenda is adopted. This brings us to the first of two deliberative items. The first is 3.01, which is the nomination, the appointment of a police commissioner for a term expiring June 30th, 2025. The floor is open for nominations. Councilor McGee.
Thank you. I would like to nominate Jessica Oski.
Thank you. Are there any further nominations? Are there any further nominations? If there are no further nominations, I'll close the nominating period. We heard from Jess earlier. We often at this point provide an opportunity to speak, but I think you're good. Great. With that, is there any discussion the council would like to have? Seeing none, we will go to a vote. All those in favor of appointing Jessica Oski to a term expiring June 30th, 2025 on the Police Commission, please say aye.
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 Are there any opposed? The applicant hasn't. Congratulations, Jessica. Thank you for your interest in serving the city. We look forward to working with you on this important role. We did have a couple other applicants who were not nominated, and I would just share with them, if they are watching, that many of our commissioners serving on Burlington boards have not been successful the first time, and we'd encourage you to consider applying again in the future. And thank you for your interest in serving. Burlington's fortunate to have strong interest in so many of our board and commission seats. We do have another board term to decide tonight for the Vehicle for Hire Licensing Board, also a term expiring June 30th, 2025. Do we have any applicants for, do we have any nominations for this board? Sarah, Councilor Carpenter.
Thanks. I would be happy to nominate Paul Hines, who happens to be a neighbor of mine, for the Vehicle for Hire Licensing Board. It is somewhat unusual that you get a professional of his interest wanting to apply for the board, and I will say this came about because he's raised some concerns to me about the availability of cabs and taxis at the airport and in general in the city. They are part of our public transportation, and Paul has graciously, when I twisted his arm, I said, well, why don't you join the commission? And he put his name in. So I've also talked to Councilor Barlow, and that I think this whole issue needs to be retaken up with Tuke as we go into next year.
Thank you, Councilor Carpenter. Okay, so there's a little bit of a complication with the term length here. The initial opening, there's an opening for a term going through 2025. However, we have also posted, as you can see in board docs, a one-year term.
It's my understanding there's been continual openings. Paul was asked what length, and he chose one. I think he's not willing to sign up forever, but said he would at least start. And
so I had opened the nominations for
for, I guess, more than 1 year term. I'm seeing now the applicant prefers a 1 year term, so perhaps there should be, if there's no objection, we will revise that, and this is a 1 year term per the posting on February 21st, 2023.
Is this for a term ending 6/30/20?
That's what I'm trying to, I'm a little confused
24?
from the posting.
It's 24.
Okay, all right, so let's start again. The floor, so we're taking nominations for a term that would expire a little more than a year from now, on June 30th, 2024. And
I would nominate
okay,
Paul Hines.
the nomination still stands, great. Are there any additional nominations? Is Mr. Hines here or online? Would he like to address the City Council with Mayor presiding? Unless you can see him online, I don't believe so.
I don't believe so.
So we will, is there any further discussion? If not, we will go to a vote. All those in favor of appointing Paul Hines to the Vehicle for Hire Licensing Board, please say aye.
Aye.
Are there any opposed? Mr. Hines has been appointed. Congratulations, and thank you for your willingness to serve on this important committee, one that we have had challenges properly filling. So thank you, and we hope we'll be back for another year, a future event. With that, I will close the City Council with Mayor presiding at 8:10 p.m. and need just a moment to get to the other agenda. So I will call into order the Board of Civil Authority at 8:11 p.m. and would welcome a motion to adopt the agenda or amend it.
So moved.
Thank you, President Paul. Is there a second? Thank you, Councilor McGee. Any discussion of the agenda? Seeing none, we'll go to a vote. All those in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Are there any opposed? We have an agenda, and our only item of business for the Board of Civil Authority is to adopt the consent agenda, and I would welcome a motion to do that.
Motion to adopt the consent agenda and take the actions as indicated.
Thank you, President Paul. Is there a second? Second by Councilor McGee. Any discussion of the consent agenda? Seeing none, we'll go to a vote. All those in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Are there any opposed? The motion carries unanimously. We've adopted the consent agenda, and there being no further business, without objection, I will adjourn the Board of Civil Authority at 8:12 p.m. and hand the microphone back to you, President Paul.
Thank you very much, Mayor Weinberger. We will reconvene the City Council meeting at 8:14 and return to where we left off on the agenda, which is item number 5, climate emergency reports. Is there any counselor or the administration who wishes to offer a climate emergency report? Mayor Weinberger.
Thank you, President Paul. There were a couple references to the McNeil plant in the public forum, and I did want to take this occasion to make sure the council and the public were aware that for the first time in the approximately 40 years of discussing the possibility of capturing the waste heat system from the McNeil plant and using it to make that plant more efficient and to use that waste heat to provide needed heat for other parts of the city, we are taking the step of actually applying for an Act 250 permit. This is not the end of this long journey, but it is an important step towards finally realizing this vision, something that has long been seen as a major environmental goal for the city. The reason is because this has long been identified as the single most significant intervention, one step that the city could take to reduce its climate footprint. The reduction will be approximately 15% of all the commercial emissions in the city when by capturing this heat and using it in this way. I am aware, and I've had many people come to me, both discussions like were mentioned in the public forum, had people come to, for a number of weeks now, to the open coffees that I have to voice concerns about the fact that there is still combustion involved, there is still burning of wood, and there are emissions that take place at McNeil. I understand these concerns, and I appreciate the perspective. I appreciate where these concerns are coming from. Certainly, I agree that there is a climate emergency. There's great urgency in making progress towards our net zero goals, some of which are as soon as 2030. What I would encourage people to, members of the public who have not fully looked into this, who have some concerns along the lines that have been voiced, to take a look at the BED website. I think you will see there reassuring information about the ways in which, in fact, BED does manage its wood chip supply to ensure that this truly is a renewable resource, and that there is, while there are emissions on an annual basis, there is also on an annual basis very significant impounding of carbon through these managed forests that we have long-term relationships with. And further, there's been a lot of really good work done leading up to this decision to compare the McNeil plant to the alternatives that we have. And even as we heard from General Manager Darren Springer several weeks ago, even if you kind of take all of the worst case scenarios in terms of how you evaluate the McNeil plant, it is 85% better in terms of carbon emissions than all the readily available alternatives. That could change someday. Perhaps we will reach a point where there's enough wind and solar and hydropower and perhaps other innovative renewables that that will no longer be the case. But right now, to discontinue McNeil would be to mean burning more fossil fuels, and that is that's not an outcome that I think is the right one for the city. That's why we are pushing so hard to make the plant more efficient through this district energy system, and the passage of the ballot item would be an important step in that direction as well, and making that outcome more likely. So a significant event for this long journey. Thanks for the chance to give the update, President Paul.
Thank you, Mayor Weinberger. We'll go to Councillor Bergman.
A couple of meetings ago, we passed a resolution on transportation, calling on the city to lobby down in Montpelier with the legislature and the governor regarding sustainable mass transit funding. And I have no report beyond what I had given a couple of weeks ago, but I would like to request the mayor provide us with a report at the next meeting to discuss what is happening in Montpelier with sustainable transportation funding. This is something that this council is on record as calling for our efforts down in Montpelier to, and hopefully they're going to, they are bearing fruit. I have had conversations with legislators, including the speaker, and have been assured that there is a commitment, but the details were not forthcoming at this. I don't know where they are, but it would be really helpful to get such a report as soon as possible, and if it can be done, even if it's a preliminary report at the next meeting, I think it would be really, really helpful. I know that Mayor Lott is big on transportation and on mass transit funding, and the links between our two cities are pretty significant. I actually had the opportunity, it's something I have not taken, to take the bus in the last couple of weeks to Winooski and to North Avenue. And I was pleasantly surprised at how crowded that bus was and actually how fast I could get there. I'm not quite sure that I can make it all work for all the places I've got to go, particularly with the stops. But this is why we need vigor in it, and we need the city to be lobbying down there. So that is my request. Thank you.
Point well taken. We will work on that. Are there any other councilors who have a climate emergency report to offer? Seeing none, we will close that item and continue on to item number 6, which is our consent agenda. Is there a motion to move the consent agenda and take the actions as indicated? Thank you, Councilor Brandt. Seconded by Councilor McGee. Is there any discussion on that motion? Seeing none, all those in favor of the motion to move the consent agenda, please say aye.
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 Any opposed, please say no. We have approved our consent agenda. That brings us to our deliberative agenda. We have 5 items on our deliberative agenda, and going to make another effort to keep to our time limits on the agenda, which we agreed to by approving our agenda. I will do my best. The first item on our agenda is 7.01, which is Trudo et al. Versus City of Burlington et al. And for a motion on this item, I will go to Councilor Barlow.
Thank you, President Paul. I move to approve and authorize the mayor in conjunction with the city attorney's office to enter into a stipulated settlement agreement in a pending litigation matter captioned Trudo et al. Versus the City of Burlington et al.
Thank you, Councilor Barlow. Is there a second to that motion? Seconded by Councilor Shannon. Is there any discussion on that item? Seeing none, we'll go to a vote. All those in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, please say no. That motion passes unanimously, which moves us to item 7.02, which is an ordinance CDO institutions, Trinity campus overlay, ZA 22-04. And before we go to a motion, I'd like to invite, in fact, she's already here, Planning Director Megan Tuttle, and as well, if there are representatives of the University of Vermont who wish to join her at this time, you're welcome to do so. You can all come up if you'd like. We have plenty of chairs. And Director Tuttle, we've allotted 30 minutes or so for this item. I don't know if you have a PowerPoint or if you're just going to be speaking to this or how you've laid this out, but if you could maybe put that into about 15 minutes, and that'll give us, the council, some time for some questions and comments as well.
Okay, that sounds great. I do have a brief presentation if I'm able to share my screen. And my plan is to briefly introduce the council to the proposed zoning amendments themselves. I know you have a number of communications about other related agreements that would accompany or that are requested to accompany this zoning amendment, but my focus is going to be to walk you through the proposed changes there. And then we have a number of members of UVM's administration that can answer questions that the council may have about any of the university's housing or enrollment plans, any of the Trinity campus development plans that have informed this discussion, or any other topics that you would like to discuss. So
Great, thank you.
Okay, so I think now you should be able to see this presentation. Let me see here. Okay, the zoning amendment that's coming before you is intended to help facilitate a number of land use and development goals that are consistent with the city's municipal development plan. You have probably seen in some of your communications tonight some references to the fact that this portion of UVM's campus is included in our future land use plan as an area that's intended to help facilitate institutional development and growth in the future. There are a number of other goals in terms of the character of development and the relationship to the public realm that we are intending to help facilitate the implementation of. But I think the most important goal that is shared and that has been part of the discussion through this process is to help facilitate the greatest number of beds that this campus can responsibly accommodate. There are a number of other goals that have informed this amendment that were specific to UVM's request, including the goal to build new undergraduate residence halls as well as potentially graduate housing on this campus, to upgrade some of the existing residence halls and the campus dining experience for this campus, and to overall create an enhanced sense of the campus community. The proposed amendment that's in front of you applies to just the Trinity campus overlay zoning district. This is one of a number of overlay zoning districts that apply to the institutional zoning district and are intended to help us provide specific land use or development standards for different portions of the campus based on their purpose and role within the broader campus system. There are campus overlays that apply to the medical center, to the core and south campuses, to Champlain College, and then ultimately to Trinity. The Trinity campus overlay was first created in 2001 following the closure of Trinity College when UVM acquired the campus. And despite some discussion about the standards for this district in 2009, the provisions have largely remained the same since this district was created. So this chart summarizes the changes that are presented in the ordinance language for your consideration. It includes changes to the overall height of buildings that are allowed on the Trinity campus, and particularly it creates a two-tiered height limit, allowing for 45-foot buildings that are closer to the street within 155 feet of the street center line, and up to 80 feet in height beyond that point. And I'll show you a map of what these points mean in just a second. Another change is to enable development within an existing setback from Colchester Avenue. Today, there is a setback that precludes development of over 200 square feet, which is very small, within 115 feet of the property line. So again, this would similarly allow for development, albeit lower in height, to be located between a new setback line and that existing setback line on the campus. This amendment would also include a modest increase to the lot coverage allowed on this campus and putting it in line with limits that had previously been contemplated in the earliest days of this zoning district's development. It would exempt certain development intensity limits so that, again, going back to our goal of responsibly allowing the greatest amount of housing to be created on this campus, would help facilitate that process. And as part of this, also intending to help implement the goal of a more vibrant campus community that has amenities that can attract a wider range of residents to live on it. There are some modest tweaks in terms of the allowed non-residential uses that could be permitted on this campus. And then finally, this ordinance establishes a new process for information that's submitted as part of an application for development, which I'll talk about again in just a minute. So this map includes a number of lines, but essentially what it's showing is that the existing boundary today for development on the campus is this purple line, and it has been expressed today as a 115-foot setback from the property line. Given the location of the property line on this portion of the campus, what this really means in terms of where development can be located has been very confusing. And as we talked about new proposed setbacks for this campus, the location of new buildings was also confused by this condition. So we've proposed a simplified map that can be incorporated in the zoning amendment, which bases these setbacks on the location of the center line of Colchester Avenue. So this map shows the two-tiered setback for the height limit that I mentioned earlier. Between Colchester Avenue and this blue line, no development would be permitted. And you may not be able to tell from this map, but this line is set back behind the location of the buildings that are just to the east, the homes that are just to the east of this blue line. Between the blue and red line, buildings of up to 45 feet in height would be enabled, and beyond the red line to the north, buildings of up to 80 feet would be enabled. This is a section of the portion of Trinity campus where UVM has shared some conceptual plans for new development, just to illustrate what that might look like in a different perspective. The green lines here are the boundaries of Colchester Avenue, so you can see how buildings would be stepped back the further they get from the road. These are also some images that UVM provided in earlier discussions with the Planning Commission to illustrate conceptually what buildings of this height at this setback could look like from the perspective of someone traveling along Colchester Avenue. This image also helps provide a reference for a project of similar setback and height on the Redstone campus in order to provide the context for what something like this may look like in a built form. The additional consideration that I mentioned has been included here is a new requirement for information that would be provided as part of an application for development on the Trinity campus. This requirement includes the submission of a conceptual plan or a portion of the campus land bank plan, which is a way that the university refers to essentially their future land use plan for campus. This information will be provided as part of an application to help link more information about plans for future development or plans for future use of the campus to other information that the city already receives in the institutional parking management plan process. And it's really intended to help provide additional context for individual user groups and how they influence the anticipated demand for uses on the campus. A really important note about this is that given the role of municipal zoning and statutory provisions, it is not the intent that this would be used to create a new standard or mechanism by which a permit could be denied or conditioned, but is intended to help provide additional information to the city so that we can plan for and anticipate the broader impacts or needs around the growth plans of these parts of the institutions. So that's an outline of the zoning amendment itself. Happy to take any questions about that, or happy to turn it over to members of the UVM administration to share any additional information.
Good evening. We are making this request. I don't know if it's productive for me to say anything rather than to respond to your questions. It's probably more productive. So.
Okay, all right. Thank you. Thank you all for being here. We'll open this up to questions from the council, beginning with Councilor Hightower.
I unfortunately don't have questions. I just have comments. Which is thank you for that presentation, Megan. I think that was very helpful. I do just want to say that, which I'm happy to phrase as a question, that I feel like I still don't have an understanding of the overall impact that this potential zoning will have on particularly my ward, but also the wider district and the wider city. So I don't feel comfortable voting on this zoning amendment until I have some of that information. I think that information was shared with UVM when you last presented on this in January of 2022, and even before that through the mayor's office in the winter of 2021, and so I think there's been enough communication, even though it's a different council, that the council does not feel comfortable moving forward without additional information, which would come in the form of some kind of partnership. I do understand that you have a board that doesn't want to commit future boards. We know something about that, being of a similar type of body that cannot and doesn't want to commit future bodies, but I don't think we can do a holistic approach without a partnership that has some commitments to each other. So that is what I'm looking for. in order to have a better understanding of how this would impact the city, but especially my ward. So that is all.
Thank you, Councillor Hightower. Are there other, Councillor Carpenter?
Thank you, and I want to support what Councilor Hightower has to say. I personally would like to see you work at all the nuances of the zoning, but the elephant in the room, and the elephant we've heard from, we hear from elephants, but from all of our constituents, is the concern about the enrollment at UVM versus the housing you control. And Megan gave me a slide from this summer that says, effectively, you've been keeping even. You've increased enrollment, but you've increased housing. I think there was like an 80-unit differential in that. And I think the real question of the day is, we hear lots of information, you're going to add 3,000 students. I don't know if that's a real number or not a real number, but I really think to get to the gut of this, we just have to have some of that information and understand how your enrollment's going to relate to units that you have some control over. And that's, I guess, what I would like to ask is that you try to provide some of that so that we have an understanding if we permit 500 beds on Trinity or whatever the number is, are you only going to increase by 500 students, or are you going to increase by 1,000 students? And so I think that's the conversation and the data I would like to see. I hope we can do this all expeditiously, because I think it's important to get more housing, but it's only in the context of how many new students will be brought into this community that eventually might be unhoused.
Maybe I can respond and try to give some insight here. I think we should be clear. We've got a clear directive from our board. This is Councilor Hightower indicated that we are not to enter into a formal agreement that caps or limits enrollment. But at the same time, the President's been very clear about his desire to not increase the size of the incoming classes for the undergraduate students. And so, to your point, if we build 500 beds on Trinity, the thought was we wouldn't even be increasing 500. That he wants to stabilize the size of the incoming class, therefore stabilizing all the enrollment. And as you probably know, at the same time, within tomorrow we close on a deal where we begin construction in early March on 500 plus beds in South Burlington. So we're doing what we've done all the way along, which is to build more housing as we need it. And it took years for us to catch up in terms of enrollment versus the number of beds that we had built. And I think if you saw the chart that Megan gave you, in those, after the first year or two, there's about 5 years where we actually dropped enrollment after having built 400 plus beds. So that's the type of thing we want to do. We want to ensure that our students have proper housing, and we want to keep the pace as we go along, so that it's basically a net neutral impact on the community. And the hope would be that it would actually help in the long run.
Thank you. And just sort of two other comments. I would hope in this discussion that there would be opportunities or projections of what you can do to both help. You've, I think, done a decent job of staying even, but we're, having 6,000 undergraduates off campus, or no, that's the other way around, 4,800 off campus, huge impact. So it'd be helpful to see what else you can do in addition. And having worked for public instrumentality boards, having worked with the legislature, the better part of my professional career, Burlington deserves to get a commitment from the university on this, and they need to understand, and I know many of your trustees personally, that this is something that we need a commitment on. I don't think we should so be worried about future boards. If you're going to build 500 units at Trinity, then tell us what your enrollment is in the next couple of years vis-a-vis that? I mean, we're not saying do this for 30 years. We're saying, what is your current plan, and commit to that. And I think we should have a robust discussion because the university is a valued member of this community, but it impacts us tremendously. And I have lived here all my life. I'm a university graduate. I love UVM, but I think the board can make a commitment.
Thank you, Councillor Carpenter. If the representatives from the university, I don't know that you had introduced yourself, and if you could just simply introduce yourself in your position with the university, I have been asked to do that, and we should do that anyway. So thank you.
Sure. Hi, I'm Lisa Kingsbury. I'm the Associate Director of Planning in Planning, Design, and Construction at UVM.
I'm Richard Cade. I'm Vice President for Finance Administration and have been for the last 15 years at UVM.
Thank you. Thanks so much. Were there other questions from the council? Councillor Brandt, to be followed by Councillor Bergman.
Thank you, President Paul. Thank you so much for coming. I am the East District City Councilor for Wards 1 and Ward 8, and I echo what I've heard from Councillor Hightower and from Councillor Carpenter. We so value the partnership of the city with the university. And in this situation, I've heard from so many constituents that there is a real need for further commitment to a future partnership. And the great concern about enrollment has come up again and again. And then in looking at this, there is the mention several times of if there is permit approval, that the agreement would last for 5 years. But the permit approval is approval for an enormous amount of potential development. So I think that also needs to be addressed. What would happen after 5 years, and what would those projections be for enrollment, for the number of students that would be leaving campus after sophomore year and that would then enter into off-campus housing within the city. So I just wanted to ask you about that 5-year mention several times, and what would happen after that 5 years?
There isn't any plan beyond that. I think anyone that's done any strategic planning knows how difficult it is to plan for anything beyond 5 years because we have no idea what the circumstances are going to be. But there is no kind of other plan that says, well, we're going to wait 5 years and then significantly increase enrollment. There are a lot of other barriers to significant increases in enrollment at UVM, and much of it has to do simply with the size of the community in total. We're in a very small community, and we recognize that. And therefore, and that's not a bad thing. But it is, I was looking at the census data for Burlington over the years. I went back into ancient times when I was an undergraduate and thought about it. And so there's been something like a 17% increase in the total population of Burlington since 1970, which was the latter part of my undergraduate career. And so the community in total, the population has not grown dramatically, but the composition of the community, I expect, has changed because so many of those houses had many young children in them then that are not there now. And you actually need more households for the same number of people, because now, whereas then there may have been on average maybe 4 people in a household, now there's probably 2 or 1.5 or something. And so there's a much broader issue of housing need in Burlington, I think, that goes way beyond the university. We are very clearly a piece of it. There's no argument about it whatsoever, and we're trying to do our part. But at the same time, it's not that UVM has mushroomed in size and not done anything about its housing. We have, in fact, kept pace. If the entire city had been able to keep the pace the way UVM has, we wouldn't be as tight as we are right now. I don't mean city as in city government. I mean it's all the other stakeholders in the housing community in Burlington. And so, president doesn't speak beyond that shorter time period, because we really don't know, he doesn't know who's going to be president, and we don't know what board we'll have. And I fully accept the fact that a zoning change is a more permanent thing. I think, and Megan could help you with this, I don't think that there is the potential for the kind of significant growth in the population on Trinity that you may envision. Because if we go up that 80 feet in those buildings that are back beyond the line, basically in that available space, all we can do is get, not all, but 500 students, say. The only other opportunity, because of lot coverage issues, as well as the terrain, as you know, is a major ravine behind the property and that sort of thing. The only other thing that really is a viable proposal would be to take down what we call the back five, which are some lower style 1970s buildings. I say low in terms of elevation. What could happen there is there are 200 students there. We could take those down and then go up to 80 feet. But that's about all we could do. Maybe you get another 300 or 400 students beyond the 500, but after that we run out of room. It's not a place where we're going to build thousands of beds.
One thing I'll just add, I think, to speak to your question about what happens after 5 years, Councilor Brandt, I think what you were referring to was the requirement as part of the zoning amendment that information be provided about user groups that the development is intended to serve for the next 5 years. One of the reasons that we looked at the 5-year time horizon is that it's similar to the time horizon that is required of our our institutional parking management plans. Those plans get resubmitted every 5 years and with annual reporting on the performance. And I think at a certain point, a development has been part of a campus community for long enough that the user groups can be reflected in the annual parking management plan or the 5-year parking management plan that's routinely created and submitted to the DRB. So this was intended to help us look at those user groups within the first 5 years before they get incorporated into that broader planning work.
Thank you. I just would reiterate that sharing with the community the short-term and the medium-term and the long-term propositions would help in our understanding what the university's intentions are and to help the city plan, at the same time for much-needed housing downtown as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilor Brandt. We'll go to Councilor Bergman.
Thank you, President Paul. Like Councilor Carpenter and you, Vice President Kate, I've been around for a really long time. So when you talk about the 1970s, they're fond. The early 1970s are fond. I was a UVM student then. I have to say that we have had a problem with UVM not housing its students since then, in my estimation, and I got involved in housing work in Burlington in the mid-1970s. And from my perspective, this has been a problem. I have seen both of you here for long periods of time because I've been kicking around here for a long time. I would tell you that getting numbers from UVM, numbers about enrollment and other vital things, has been like pulling teeth. It has not been a good and easy and transparent process. And that really, since trust is a big piece of what you're hearing and what you have heard, that's something that we really need to get. So we have had this conversation in real political terms since I was on the council when the Stafford building was built, and the MOU was first entered into then, which I thought was actually a sweetheart deal for UVM, because it didn't really commit you to solve the problem of housing. It committed you to stay even in net zero. And I appreciate you saying, although just like Ronald Reagan, I want verification as well as trust, that you're going to try to stay to net zero. But from my perspective and how I look at this, you have to do better. You have to get to a negative point. Your impact on the housing crisis is got to be lessened. It is a crime what people are having to pay for rent in this city. It is unbelievable. And so I need a commitment from you all to do that. And I need it not just, I appreciate the limits of the Trinity campus, right? It is what it is. But this is a comprehensive problem, and it is, you have a large community and you go even beyond your campus areas in terms of this. And truth is, that's what's going on in South Burlington now with your graduate housing. So and that the Spinner Place in Winooski is an example of you looking at this. I remember when you had housing at Fort Ethan Allen for graduate students. I'm dating myself now. But on the housing front, this is what I need. I need improvement in the housing front. I do have a question regarding the plan and the new permitted uses. So I just don't understand the garages. And I mean, I understand garages. I understand we want to have parking. I understand you want to tuck parking in. But, you know, we're taking some traffic off of Colchester Ave to put bike lanes. We're making a host of other transportation-related changes in the city vis-a-vis parking and other things. So if we put a parking garage on this, what does that do to the availability for housing? What does that do for, I mean, it's a permitted use? Explain this. I will stop babbling and just explain this to me.
Great. So the intent with incorporating parking garages as a permitted use is really to just offer flexibility in terms of how to provide that resource to any new growth or development on that campus. The institutional parking management plan process really intends to limit the amount of new parking resources that are in the main campus areas in general, and to require a process through which the institutions are demonstrating how they're meeting but also reducing their parking demand within the core campus area. So the intent of this is not to promote the creation of parking resources on that campus, but just to give more flexibility for how that campus may evolve if parking is to be a minor component of a new development project. I think like any housing, if parking is to be a part of that, a decision about how to efficiently provide that parking is a major aspect. And certainly parking garages can be a more efficient way from a land use perspective of incorporating parking on a site if it's to be provided than a large surface parking lot, for example. So that's really the intent there, and UVM is welcome to speak to their plans, but this is really just about providing that flexibility.
So my hope is that you will provide the ordinance committee when or if it ever gets there with more details, not just about the intended consequences, but for you to think about unintended consequences, and then us try to be able to have that conversation. You know, there are traffic issues as well, not just the land use, but traffic flow and what have you, congestion, traffic management as opposed to traffic demand management. All of that stuff that we do impact fees for. So in terms of the permitted use for parking garages, I would like for the council to receive much more information about this, just so that we have a real clear sense and we know exactly what we're doing. I appreciate good intentions, but I also do appreciate us thinking very seriously about this, because this is an evolving area of planning and infrastructure construction in the city, and we need to be particularly attentive to it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bergman. We will go to Councillor Hightower and then to Councillor Shannon.
I won't repeat myself, but I will say that I want to give flexibility in rezoning. I've support the zoning in theory, have for a long time. Over my years of involvement in the city, I've had maybe 2 or 3 people say that they didn't want a new setback requirement. And I've had dozens of people say that they think UVM should build new, better housing there. But I've also had, and none of those people think that UVM is being a good partner and that they shouldn't be held accountable. I've had hundreds of people say that UVM needs to be held accountable in providing that housing. And it doesn't matter if they're students, it doesn't matter if they're living on Trinity campus or not, it doesn't matter if they're staff, it doesn't matter if they're professors, it doesn't matter if they're neighbors. Everybody feels the same way about this. So I'm a little bit surprised that a year later, we're still, more than a year later, we're still in the same position of saying, we want to give you this, but we think you need to come to the table with some more information and some guarantees. And I understand all the difficulties around that, but zoning is more permanent than presidents, it's more permanent than the Board of Trustees. And the university makes long-term promises all the time. You make a 4-year promise every year to high school seniors. You make 10-year promises it's just, there's plenty of promises that you do feel comfortable making. I'm asking this to be one of them. And I don't have a timeline of what that looks like. I'm not asking for 50 years. I'm not asking for 10 years. But I think start with really coming to the table and helping the community understand how this will impact them. And I think I'm also confused because even though we hear, that it's been about stable, then at the same time I don't know what that stability means, because I'm hearing all of these rumors of triples where there haven't been triples, and just the quality of housing in Redstone and Converse. I don't understand what the plan is as a whole for making sure that students are well housed in Ward 1 and across the city. So just want to reiterate that I feel really uncomfortable with this. I don't think UVM is doing enough. And I say that as someone who lived on campus all 4 years of undergrad and my second year of grad school at great institutions who allowed that or made that possible for me. And with that, I will stop bothering President Paul and close.
It's quite all right. This is an important issue, and this is Ward 1. With that, and seeing no other counselors in the queue, I will go to Counselor Jang, and then we will go to Counselor Shannon.
Wasn't she before me? Okay.
No, you're welcome to go ahead.
Wonderful, thank you. Thank you so much, Director Tuttle, for explaining what this is about, and I'm just surprised how the discussion is going. I want to circle back about your presentation about the ordinance and what's next. Can you paint me a picture if a vote in support of moving it to the ordinance committee? Then when will we have like a final resolution about the agreement of building it?
I think that ultimately depends on the ordinance committee schedule and ability to review this amendment. If the council were supportive of referral and bringing it back for consideration, it typically takes about a month or 2 months for it to come before the council for a full vote for adoption.
Thank you. I think that's an important aspect about this discussion. Voting yes or voting no does not allow UVM to build the Trinity campus tomorrow. Let's also be a little bit proactive, and I'm asking all my colleagues to just follow the process. And I completely agree with everyone here about the lack of housing from UVM, right? And the need of having the UVM held accountable to build more housing. And also to remind people that we have so many different agreements with UVM. Capital plan agreement between UVM and Champlain College. We have an agreement of UVM in 10 years, like 2009, 2019. And I do believe that's where we need to focus our energy and our fight on, and not this, right? I think I will be supporting this, like to move it forward, but don't know where I will be until UVM sits down with the administration to definitely talk about your enrollment and also the number of housing that we will require you to build and get this city in a great footing for everyone. So thank you. I'll be supporting this. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Jang. We will now go to Councillor Shannon for a motion.
Thank you, Councillor Paul. Before I make a motion, is it okay if I ask some questions? In the memo that we received, it references the 10-point housing plan and defines 3 major zoning amendments to support overarching goals, including opening new on-campus University of Vermont student housing opportunities by rezoning the former Trinity campus to reduce UVM's pressure on the housing market. I want to say that I support that, and I, like Councillor Hightower, I'm not really interested in really micromanaging that. I really want UVM to be able to build functional and desirable housing for their students. I am the mother of a 20-year-old college student who lives in a similar situation to UVM. She doesn't go to UVM, but the situation is the same. She was housed for the first 2 years, and then she is set loose into market housing in a terribly competitive market where the quality of housing is poor, and our housing, much of our student housing stock, I think you would all agree, it meets minimum housing standards. That's a minimum standard. It's not a very high standard, and they're often on the brink. The lack of predictability for the students regarding whether or not they will be able to get housing is just so sad. I am not on UVM's parent Facebook page, but I imagine it looks very much like the Facebook page that I am on, with parents so desperate, their kids, trying to find housing and really being victimized by the housing market. I agree with Councillor Bergman when he talked about UVM having committed to sustaining the status quo, and Mr. Kate, your references to keeping pace and demonstrating that UVM has been keeping pace. I too want UVM to do more than keep pace. I want that for the students, I want that for the parents, and I want that for the community. I want to make sure that I understand the current situation, and I may not, and I don't want this to sound accusation at all. But we did have an MOU with UVM, and that committed UVM to the status quo, which, as I've said, I wasn't very satisfied with that, but it was better than nothing. And my understanding is that UVM backed out of that agreement. And, okay, you're shaking your head, so I'll just let you answer to that.
It expired. We didn't back out of it. It expired, and we did not, based on input from the board, we did not renew it.
Okay, great. Thank you for the
I
clarification.
negotiated that agreement all those years ago in 2008, 2009.
And can you share why you did not renew it?
The board at this point,
I think the microphone might help to get a little closer.
the board at this point did not deem it something they wanted to do. The board in those days, back in 2009, said yes. And there were, and I have to say, one of the challenges that is confronting me in all of this is that one of the commitments the city made in that agreement was to provide the zoning changes on the Trinity campus. And that never happened. And thus, there's concern on the part of my board about what would happen or not happen based on how that's proceeded with the city all these, it's been more than a decade and we haven't made any progress really on the Trinity zoning. So if you look at it, it talks about zoning generally and then it talks about Trinity. So that's one of the reasons why we are where we are.
Thank you for that response. That's helpful. I was here in 2008, and my recollection was that we did grant some zoning changes at that time.
You did, but not for Trinity.
Okay. As I said, I support your plan and I support your meeting the needs of your students, but we also need to meet our community needs, and I think that that is the priority of this council. And I understand that UVM represents UVM, as you should. But we represent the entire community. We care about the health of UVM, but we care about the health of our neighborhoods. And it's not very good right now. The status quo is extremely problematic. And for me to move forward with this, I need to know how you're going to be a participant and a partner, as others have said, in improving the status quo, in providing more housing on campus for students. St. Michael's has done some beautiful on-campus housing and has done a great job. Their students know where they can live all 4 years of their college experience. I was part of a focus group, believe it or not, prior to being a city councilor, immediately prior, and it was about UVM housing, and it was a brainstorming session. And we were invited to just throw out ideas. And the idea I threw out was housing all the students on campus. It's only a brainstorming session, and I could not persuade the person running this to even put that idea on the board. So this has been a very long-term problem. And maybe we're not going to get to getting all of UVM students on campus in the foreseeable future, but we need to be making progress in that direction, and we need reliable commitments from UVM. And what I hear from you is we don't need to worry about that because there are barriers to that growth. If that is the case, that there are barriers to UVM's growth, and I do see you shaking your head, I'll let you respond. I don't see the problem with codifying it, but now you can tell me why there are not barriers to UVM's growth.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I didn't, there are some barriers. I don't mean that that I'm not trying to pass them off as some sort of rationale why you should approve this. I'm just talking about the reality of the situation. Mm-hmm. I think it's important to note that if allowing us to build on Trinity doesn't work for the community and for the council, UVM still is prioritizing the construction of housing. That's why we're building the 500 beds we are right now in South Burlington. That's why I'm pursuing multiple other options, because I can't be sure that Trinity is going to work. So if Trinity doesn't work, I still have a mandate from the president of the board to build more housing, because we do care very much about our students and having them have good housing. So if we can't do it on Trinity, then we'll simply have to explore other places.
If you can do it on Trinity, will you also pursue those other options?
Yes.
Counselor Paul, are you ready for a motion, or did you want to continue the discussion? I mean, President Paul, my apologies.
That's quite all right. The motion that you would make is not debatable. So
I am
once
aware.
once you make that motion, we cannot be discussing this any further. Councillor Jang, is there something that you wish to offer before we go to a motion?
And it will be very quick, please.
Of course, go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you again for being here. And I was just wondering if you can please let us know what you have heard from the council for your board to understand. What the message you will be sending to make sure you captured what this council been saying for your board.
The summary message on the topic, yeah.
Yes.
UVM believes that we need more housing for our students, that we participate in. We do not believe we are the sum total of the Burlington housing problem, but we want to do our part. And as some of you have said, we're not trying, we did keep pace all that time. That's not the goal anymore. The goal is actually to go negative. How far we can go is another question. Trinity is part of that equation, but we need to do it regardless. And maybe one last sentence. We do very clearly understand and appreciate the situation for the council as well as the community. We want to be good neighbors. I once served on a city council and was a city manager, so I know what it's like to sit at a table like this.
Thank you, Councillor Chang. We will go to the mayor, and then we will go back to Councillor Shannon.
Thank you. Mr. Kate, I heard something from you in the long discussions we've had about this issue that I've never heard before. Are you suggesting that one of the reasons that the board isn't comfortable with agreeing to a continuation of the agreement that we've had, something like that, is because of dissatisfaction on the board's part about how the city has moved forward with rezoning the Trinity campus?
It is one factor, the fact that it has not moved.
That's been discussed at board meetings, and that's been given as a dissatisfaction on this?
That is a fact.
Now,
I will not tell you it's the only one, but it is a.
Now, my understanding is that agreement, again, never raised prior by UVM in the long discussions about this, but my understanding is that committed the city to working with UVM for a zoning change if UVM was interested in that. I'm not aware of UVM up until this point over the last 11 years coming to the city and voicing a desire to work towards this until this began.
Under different administrations, we did raise the issue.
All right, well, this administration has been going on a surprisingly long period of time at this point. So.
It is nothing, in this administration, we work well with your team, and it's nothing for this council. It's just one thing. It was supposed to have happened as part of the package, and it didn't happen. I'm not telling you that's the whole reason, by any means.
So if a concern of the board is the city's willingness to follow through and deliver on this zoning change, I would certainly be happy to sit with you and President Garamella and negotiate very clearly binding terms. I mean, we're going to be on the cusp of, at the time we're looking to have you extend the agreement, we'd be ready to pass the ordinance, I believe. So I think that if that's an interest of the board, that should be something we should be able to readily address. And had I been aware of this concern previously, I would have been working to address it sooner.
I think they don't view it as a trade-off now. It's something about kind of a general context for the whole discussion.
Mayor Weinberger, were you all set? as I say, this motion is not debatable, so if there's anyone else who has anything to say, we will do it before we go to Counselor Shannon. Seeing none, I will go to Counselor Shannon.
Okay. Thank you, President Paul. I think it has become even more clear at this moment than it was at the beginning of this meeting that there really need to be discussions at the executive level between the city and UVM to resolve issues that cannot be resolved in an ordinance committee or by this council. And for that reason, and in the hopes that we will be able to reach some agreement that gives us a window into future plans for UVM and a commitment to, as we've all said all around the table, to make things better, not just sustain the status quo. I will make the motion to table this.
Thank you, Counselor Shannon. So a motion has been made
Second.
to table. Need a second, seconded by Counselor Hightower. As I have said a few times, a motion to table is not debatable, so we will go to a vote. And I think it'd probably be a good idea if the clerk would call the roll. This is a motion to table, so a yes vote is to table the motion, and a tabling is not for a date certain, it is indefinitely.
Counselor Barlow,
Yes.
Counselor Bergman,
Yes.
Counselor Brandt,
Yes.
Counselor Carpenter,
Yes.
Counselor Jang,
No.
Counselor Freeman,
Yes.
Counselor Hightower,
Yes.
Counselor McGee,
Yes.
Counselor Shannon,
Yes.
City Council President Paul,
Yes.
9 ayes, 1 nay, 1 absent.
So the motion to table passes 11, what is it? I'm sorry, 11, 10 to 1 to 1, 9 to 1 to 1.
Yes.
And wanted to express our thanks to Planning Director Megan Tuttle, to representatives from the University of Vermont for being here. I know that probably this isn't the news that you were hoping to hear, but I hope that what you have heard and what we all hope that you've heard is that there is a strong desire to work with you to find real solutions and contributions that the University of Vermont can make to address our community's housing crisis in a meaningful, accountable, and an impactful way. Thank you so much for being here.
Thank you.
That will move us to item 7.03, which is an ordinance ZA 23-02 on inclusionary zoning. And for this item, I will go to a motion from Councilor Brandt.
Thank you, President Paul. I move to consider this a first reading, waive the reading, suspend our rules, and set for a public hearing.
Thank you, Councilor Brandt. Seconded by Councilor Hightower. Councilor Brandt, did you want the floor back, or should we go to our guests?
Let's go to our guests.
Okay, wonderful. So we have with us, making a second appearance, Planning Director Tuttle. We also have
Point of information, did that motion include a referral to the ordinance committee? No?
Are you talking about? No, did not.
Thank you.
It did not. It was to place to suspend the rules. You can take a look if you'd like.
We're happy to speak to that.
And actually, that raises a good point. A number of people have asked. So we do have Principal Planner Charles Dillard and CETO Director Brian Pine with us. And maybe you could start off with an answer to that question, as a number of people have asked.
Yeah, absolutely. I think at the last meeting when we were talking about the South End, I said, normally we don't come to you with an amendment on first read for discussion as part of your deliberative agenda, but we're really breaking those process rules lately. So I actually was going to invite the mayor to introduce this item, but yes, our request for you tonight is to suspend your rules and to warn this amendment for a public hearing at an upcoming meeting. And we're going to ask the mayor to speak a little bit about the background of why this is being introduced and why it's being requested to be considered with urgency. And then we will present to you the details of what the ordinance is offering.
Great, thank
Point
you.
of information, I just need to have more information on the effect of suspending the rules. So if you could just walk through that aspect, that would be really helpful, because it seems like a hidden ball right now.
Certainly, we'll turn to Acting City Attorney Sturdivant.
So typically, under the rules, you would refer it to the Ordinance Committee. The Ordinance Committee members have been meeting with the Planning Commission on this item for a couple of meetings, so they have had a review of it, and I think that's part of the comfort of why for the to suspend the rules. But basically, by suspending the rules and setting it, you are not sending it to the Ordinance Committee and setting it for the public hearing.
Point of information, I assume it was one meeting, because I missed one meeting, and I assume it was that meeting. Is that possible?
The Ordinance Committee did join for 2 meetings. They were both held during February. Is that right? Both during February.
One was January.
Sorry, at the end of January, and then just last week actually was the second one. In terms of the question about the effect of suspending the rules, typically when the Ordinance Committee reviews an item, when they are done with it, as part of their referral back to the full City Council, they direct us to warn an amendment for a public hearing. And at the time that that amendment is published in the paper, an amendment becomes effective. What we're asking tonight instead is for the council to consider suspending your rules, and instead of referring it to the committee before warning that public hearing, upon your action to suspend and warn a hearing, we would publish it in the paper and it would become effective. So it's a bit of a shorter process than normal, but the same effectiveness of the amendment applies.
At the risk of belaboring points of information, just so I can understand, where is the debate therefore going to be had? Is it only going to be had at this council, in a full council? Will there be any involvement of a committee? Is there a second reading that's part of this?
You will have a second reading and discussion as part of a public hearing before any action on the part of the council to adopt or reject the amendment. And we did invite the Ordinance Committee participation in the Planning Commission meetings as well to help provide that committee the awareness of the purpose of the amendment and for them to engage in asking questions as the Planning Commission prepared this for a referral to you.
So just to be clear, the debate that on the substance of this will be had here at the council based on public hearing comments and based on the conversation here. All right, thank you.
We'll go to Mayor Weinberger.
Great, thank you, President Paul. I do appreciate the chance just to kind of level set, remind us sort of how we got here, and want to emphasize that I think that background leads to why we are proposing this process and are hoping the council will support this. And of course, if as we get into this further, there's a need for committee action. Nothing that's not precluded from happening in the future. I'm hoping it won't be needed. In November, at the beginning of November, this council approved unanimously, if I remember right, the new development agreement, the amended and restated development agreement on the City Place project, with for the first time in years, a real sense of strong partnership happening between the city and the developer on the public-private partnership that is City Place. This is a unique development within the city at this point, both in its size and its ambition to reconnect public streets and build tens of millions of dollars of public infrastructure in addition to private improvements. And it's from the start, we've known that this would not succeed without close collaboration between the city and the developer. And if people remember the context, in November, the developer came to us saying they didn't want to lose another winter. They wanted action at the City Place site now. They didn't want to effectively perhaps lose a whole nother year by waiting. And they wanted to do so even though they were quite clear with us and with the public that they had not lined up all the details of this project. They had not lined up all of the financing, and they were still working on important details. And they were ready to move forward with that kind of understanding with us. And we approved the agreement unanimously, and they have made good on their commitments since then. As I'm sure everyone's aware, the site right now is finally, at long last, a beehive of activity. There's a great deal happening there, despite the fact that there still do remain some important agreements and details to be nailed down. It was flagged for all of us in that agreement that the inclusionary zoning ordinance was one area where potential change might be needed. They voiced a concern at that point that the way in which they wanted to proceed, and importantly, the way in which Champlain Housing Trust as their partner wanted to proceed, that there may be challenges meeting the parity requirements of the current inclusionary zoning ordinance. The parity requirements are something that concerns about this have been long known and had previously been discussed, and it was not shocking that they were raising this concern, and we thought it was reasonable to suggest that we would attempt to, aware of their concern, work with the Planning Commission, this council, to consider a change. No binding commitments were made in that agreement, but it was quite explicit in the agreement that we would undergo the process that we have gone through since that time. I very much appreciate this team that has worked hard to make good on that city commitment and to bring to you a change that has been approved by strong vote from the Planning Commission, and which I think is ready for your action tonight, and one that you can, and for the reasons you'll hear, you can be confident that a vote for this, while helping this current development and likely future developments, is in no way undermining the intent or the strength of the inclusionary zoning ordinance. So I think what is before you now is something that I strongly support, and that I do hope that the council will take the step of warning it for a public hearing tonight and consider continuing forward in this expedited fashion, given that it is very much in the city's interest to see this project continue forward, and for the project to succeed with its nailing down of its various investment agreements and final programmatic decisions. We are living in what continues to be a volatile economic time, and it is, from my perspective, it is consistent with the idea the city is going to be a good partner here for us to make this decision in an expedited fashion. Again, there has been significant discussion with ordinance committee members coming to this point, as well as a significant amount of review of the language. You'll hear more about that in a moment. And I hope it's something that we can continue to act on together, as we did with the development agreement back in November. With that, Thank you, President Paul, for the chance to kick it off.
Thank you, Mayor Weinberger. So we'll go back to, we do have a couple of counselors already in the queue, but I appreciate you might probably have a PowerPoint.
Okay, that sounds great.
Presentation.
We'll turn it over to Charles then to walk through the 2 specific changes that are proposed.
Great, thank you.
Thanks, Megan. Charles Taylor, Principal Planner, Office of City Planning. Good evening. So as the mayor said, let me see if I can make this work. There we go. So this amendment is really about the parity requirements in today's inclusionary zoning standards that require that in a development where inclusionary zoning units are required, that they be provided at a bedroom mix and unit size that is basically equivalent to the market rate units. And for a number of reasons, I think this is problematic, and so this amendment addresses this in a couple ways. And so regarding bedroom mix and unit size, the gross floor area ratio that we're going to be talking about is the same for each of the proposed. So with gross floor area today, with the bedroom mix rather today, if a development comes in at 50% 1 bedrooms and 25% and 25% 2 and 3s, the inclusionary zoning units are required to be provided at that same ratio. The reality of the market is that it does not always, the demand for market rate units does not always match the demand for affordable housing units. And so the proposal would allow, in lieu of complying with the current standard, an alternative approach wherein if that project allocates a gross floor area of the inclusionary zoning use that is greater than the percent required in that inclusionary zoning table, then they can alter the bedroom mix. Similarly, in lieu of complying with the unit size standard, wherein today units of the same bedroom type have to be at least 90% as big as the market rate units, they can be provided at a different size if, again, that total gross floor area of the inclusionary zoning units is greater than the percent required for those units. During the course of the discussions about this particular aspect, staff, Planning Commission, members of the public, Michael Monti from Champlain Housing Trust offered suggestions that when this alternative compliance method is proposed, that minimum unit sizes be provided for each of those unit types. And so that's what you see at the bottom of this screen. So again, when this alternative is provided, there would be minimum unit sizes. And this would protect against scenarios where affordable housing units might be provided at just the minimum housing level. So again, the rationale for changing this bedroom mix is that today the market demand for inclusionary zoning units by number of bedroom types can differ, sometimes significantly from that of the market rate units. At times, the inclusionary zoning units may tend toward more bedrooms. Other times, they may have fewer bedrooms. We have a scenario example scenario that I can run through in just a moment. Also, specific in-demand market rate project types have no corollary in the affordable housing market, including student housing, co-housing, some other housing types. So the example is, it's a project with 100 units with a 15% IZ requirement where all of the units are 4 bedrooms. Today, the inclusionary zoning units would all be required to be 4 bedrooms. And while there is demand, in fact, we've heard from CHT and others for 2, 3, and even 4 bedroom units, it's not likely that there is demand for this number of large 4 bedroom units in one building. Often CHT has their finger on the pulse of what exactly the type of affordable housing is demanded at a specific site or generally in the market. So the proposal would allow the alteration of that bedroom mix.
And I think one thing that's just really important to reiterate, because we spent a lot of time talking about this at the Planning Commission level, is that the specific example that's in front of you contemplates a situation where the market rate units are all 4 bedrooms And the demand for inclusionary units might vary from 4 bedrooms and want to have a broader range of unit types. The opposite could be true as well, where a market project may want to build mostly 1-bedroom units, but our ordinance currently precludes the units from being larger than 1-bedroom units. So this provides flexibility both for the units to be larger or smaller than the market.
Thanks, Megan. Beat me to it. That's all right. So regarding unit size, the requirement today is that IZ units be no smaller than 90% of the average gross floor area of the market rate units with the same bedroom count. So if a 1-bedroom is 1,000, or that'd be large. If a 3-bedroom is 1,000 square feet, a 3-bedroom affordable housing unit would have to be 900 square feet. By allowing this alternative approach that allows this altered bedroom mix, the amendment would allow for unit types to differ in size. Specific in-demand market rate project types, again, have no corollary in the affordable housing market, these very large units, and establishing minimum unit sizes when the gross floor area ratio approach is used will guarantee adequate and market-typical unit sizes. So again, those unit sizes were on that first slide. I can go back to that if you'd like.
And I think the reason that this is necessary is just in the absence of requiring units to be compared to units of a similar size, this standard in some ways becomes irrelevant. There's no minimum size that a unit must be if there's more flexibility in the bedroom mix. So providing some flexibility in this standard is necessary as well.
I would just like to note that the percentage of units stays the same. So I don't know if that was really clear, but I just want to reiterate that there's no proposal to change that percentage, and that this is really, in many ways, just a surgical fix for a bit of a challenge that the ordinance creates in terms of matching up the market rate bedroom configuration and sort of trying to correct what is really a mismatch that can prevent new inclusionary units from being developed, and that the square footage requirement that you must have at least the percentage of square feet that would normally be required as the inclusionary units also has to be at least that much, actually greater than the percentage that is required. So I think that's an important provision that's a bit of a safeguard here as well. And I would just add that we ran this through the housing organizations that are in the market, and there was broad consensus that this was a good public policy direction to go.
Thanks very much. Was there anything else you wanted to add? Okay, so we will we'll go to the council for questions and comments. I believe, Councilor Carpenter, you had your hand up. Wasn't sure, but if you do, please go ahead, to be followed by Councilor Hightower.
I think you clarified, so the Planning Commission all voted for this, am I right?
All of the planning commissioners were part of the first discussion, and 5 of them were present for the second, and the ones that were in attendance voted unanimously.
Okay. And we warn this, and it allows it to go ahead, but there'll be a second shot at the apple in the sense of we can change it, even though it will go ahead to accommodate City Place.
Yeah.
That's my understanding.
Right. So, and Acting Attorney Sturdivant can help provide some clarification too, just because I know the question often comes up about how much can you change something after you've held a public hearing. Yeah. So I think certainly when, if you warn this for a public hearing, it will come back to you for another discussion, at which time you could consider adoption, you could make further tweaks, hold another public hearing, or you could reject it. So certainly by referring it forward tonight, while statutorily it puts it into effect, it does not mean that you cannot have further discussion or modification.
I believe that to be accurate, but I'm just confirming it. And then want to give my strong support of it, because this in the years when I was housing developer, this really is problematic, that you don't have apples to apples and oranges to oranges. When we went in a number of years ago to require affording housing developers to give high priority and set aside units for folks that are houseless, you know, they may not want a 2-bedroom apartment. They can, and be mindful, IZ does not require you to subsidize the rent, it only requires you to set a lower rent. So even though they're making them available, it still doesn't reduce them. So, for example, 2 studios may be a much better fit to serve 2 houseless people than a 2-bedroom apartment, which of course there's a demand for, but there's just a big match. So I really do feel, and I've actually felt this way prior to City Place, that this is something that we really needed to flex about. And it will get us equal space that we have now and potentially more units. And I think that's really an important point to point out. It was interesting that Mr. Kate talked about the housing problem and the number of households, which gets wonky quick. But one of our housing demand problems is we have more demand for units. And this actually gives us a little flexibility to create more units in the same amount of space, which I think is a good thing.
And I think one thing I'll just add to that, I appreciate the perspective from when you worked as a housing developer. I'll say that the 2 points that are in front of you tonight were items that were debated all the way up until the last minute through the multiple committees and groups that were involved in the comprehensive review of our inclusionary policy from several years ago. And in fact, Michael Monti was at one of the last joint committee meetings that I remember before that got referred to the council, really advocating that we think differently about these standards. And so it's, in a lot of ways, it's no surprise that this has come up again.
Okay, thank you, Councilor Carpenter. We'll go to Councilor Hightower and then Councilor Bergman.
I think I have to start with an apology because I just found the email for the second meeting, which I have to admit I was feverish at the time, so I must have just clicked on it and completely forgotten anything that I read. So I would have been able to attend anyway, but I apologize for missing the meeting with the Planning Commission. And I'm also supportive of this. I think my only concern is on the minimum sizing, so I've got some ordinance level questions around that, if that's okay. Which our minimum bedroom size is 70 square feet in our current ordinance. Is that correct? Okay,
Bill
great.
Ward is saying yes. Yes. The comment is it's 150 for the first bedroom and then 70 square feet for every additional bedroom.
Okay, great, thank you, that's helpful. I feel okay, I think about, so I think it's also hard for me to not compare it to, I live in a 1,000 square foot, 2-bedroom unit, so it's hard for me to not compare it to that. And when I start to think about a 4-bedroom fitting into my 2-bedroom, it starts to feel very claustrophobic very quickly. And I think beyond that, I think it just, I think you had this discussion in the Planning Commission based on Sharon Busher's comments, but it's like, I do think there is a need for 4 bedrooms at an inclusionary zoning level for families and so forth. And I just don't, but I don't want to over-incentivize like unlivable kind of 4-bedroom units with very, very tiny kitchens and 1 bathroom and very small bedrooms, which is really all that a 1,050 can accommodate. I would definitely I think even the 3-bedroom at 950, I think I can be okay with that, but I would definitely, just thinking about how much a kitchen has to expand realistically to accommodate the amount of people who are living in a 4-bedroom, I would feel more comfortable if we changed that to like 1,150, so that it's more of like the same type of increase that we saw with the other units. So I'm going to leave that for folks to discuss, but I think beyond that, I do feel comfortable with this proposal, and thank you.
Great, thanks, Councilor Hightower. We'll go to Councilor Bergman.
If Megan wants to answer.
I was only going to offer, I think there is a slide here just showing we did do some research from other communities in terms of minimum unit sizes to help provide some context. I don't know if you wanted to say anything about that, Charles.
No, the only thing I would add is that most communities that we did research do allow some flexibility in the unit sizes, sometimes depending on location, sometimes other issues, but there's almost always some flexibilities. Burlington is really the outlier in not allowing sort of any flexibility in the IZ units.
I would also just note that the level of production for 4-bedroom units is extremely low, really, in the market. It's quite low. So I think whether 1150 could be inserted in place of 1015, I don't think it would have a negative impact. So if that's what you're asking for. Staff, I would agree with that.
And sorry, I had the wrong slide up. These are the minimum unit sizes for some peer cities, including South Burlington and New York City. There's a couple others that we looked at, but these are adhering closely to where Burlington and the proposal are.
And just to note there, the ones that are shown as Burlington's former standards, these were in the ordinance prior to that comprehensive review. They were taken out because they were static and not responsive to the changing needs of households. And so I think that was one of the things that we talked about when this came through the Planning Commission, is just making sure that we're setting standards that are at a level where they can be flexed upward, since the ordinance will not allow for them to be flexed downward. So I think 1150 helps kind of split that difference in terms of what we've provided versus what used to be in our ordinance.
Sorry, if I can just, and I think also even just looking at the New York City standards and the fact that some cases were below them, I think maybe not unreasonable to move it. So maybe I'll just go ahead and make that motion actually then to change the 4-bedroom, that in line 70, change the line V, I'm sorry, I will send this after, V period 4+ bedroom 1050 SF to 4+ bedroom 1150 SF.
Could you repeat where you are? Line what?
Line 70.
Yep. So you would change the 4+ bedroom from 1,050 square feet to?
1,150 square feet.
Okay.
Second.
Well, before we go to that, that actually does that qualify as a minor technicality? Yes.
You're not on.
Yep.
Thank you. The change is after you have like the public hearing, so you can make a change to it now and not have a concern over the substantive changes.
Okay, so do we need to even get that, I mean, it would probably be a friendly amendment anyway. Is that friendly to you? Okay, and you're the seconder, so I guess it's friendly to yourself. Okay, so we will make that change. Did you have anything else? Okay, so we will go to Councilor Bergman.
So this last amendment and what have you actually speaks to the difficulty of this process, because if we come up with changes, this is going to be hard, much harder than doing it in a committee, just so that folks know. And maybe you guys don't, I'm looking at faces and I go, oh, I don't know what you're talking about or so, but believe me, this will not be a pretty sight if we don't have friendly amendments on this. So your memo, I was like, I have this note. I happen to agree. Obviously, I tried to second that amendment around the floor area that Councilor Hightower just said. And I was like, okay, would you share your research on this stuff? And I look behind me, because it's behind me, and I see that it is there, but it's not in the memo, right? So again, for this process to work well, and I'm sort of moving to not voting against suspending the rules, just to let you know, is going to require staff to be sharing lots of stuff in memos, at least for the one, maybe the one, only one person here who has his back to that and has to turn and go back and forth, right? So I just want to say that, because I've got a concern that we are not making our inclusionary units big enough for folks. You know, that's part of the, you know, the segregation that we are actually trying to eliminate. We want equity in it, and so if we need to really be considering, you know, the fairness and adequacy of these units. Sarah, Councillor Carpenter made a comment that I just want to confirm in terms of the understanding. If you are going in this new flexible mix to, instead of putting in 4-bedroom places, put in 1-bedroom places, that means that you're going to be putting in more units. You know, and you're going to end up, I saw shaking yes, so that would be a correct assumption, yes?
It's very likely, because the requirement for the minimum gross floor area of residential uses to be dedicated to inclusionary units. So if there is a significant difference like that in the market versus the inclusionary units, it's very likely that there will be more inclusionary units than would otherwise have been required.
I mean, it could be less units if they were to flip the other way.
Well, no, the minimum is still that 15% of the units have to be provided as IZ.
Right.
Right.
Say that again, please.
It would still have to meet the minimum, but it could be that there's fewer than would have otherwise been provided under this flexible scenario that this ordinance change allows.
Could you explain that just a little bit more? That what you're, just the last comment?
Sure. If 15% is the minimum and you just meet the minimum, you will have the square footage actually doesn't need to meet the minimum, by the way. So you will not even meet the 15% of square feet of the project. So that's an important distinction, because under today's ordinance, exactly. Because what we're allowing for is a project that exceeds the inclusionary requirement and exceeds the square footage percentage. The percentage of required units must also be expressed in the square footage. So I think that's an important way to look at it.
In other words, the reduction in the bedroom size that you're allowing here will not result in less square footage that will be IZ'd in a project.
Correct, exactly.
Okay, so I've got that. At the end of the day, this does not reduce any of them, and depending on the average sale, it could go from 15% to 20 to 25, right?
So that has to be met. That would still, the number of units would still need to be met. And then in addition, they would need to meet the minimum requirement for the gross floor area as well.
Okay.
Could I just friendly interrupt? Could we just go to the couple slides ahead just so I can see it again while Councillor Bergman is asking questions? Just the one with the comparison, the square footage. Sorry to interrupt.
You want the unit size mix, the comparison, or the bedroom mix comparison?
This is the one, right?
Okay.
Yeah. All right.
I think one other thing that I did just want to mention, and maybe what part of what Director Pine was trying to say also, is that under today's ordinance, if someone is providing just the minimum requirement, both in the number of units that have all the bedroom parity met, and are providing them at 90% of the size of the market rate units, that really means only about 13% of the gross residential floor area would have to be occupied by IZ. So this is kind of moving the needle, both in terms of the total portion of the building and in terms of potentially, increasing the number of units that would have otherwise been provided, while also then providing that flexibility for the bedroom mix.
And that's because this is linked to the percentage of the, that has to be IZ'd as opposed to the square, with that 90% aspect. Yeah, okay.
And I did want to speak to, there was a question or a concern that was shared about the size of the IZ, the minimum sizes for the IZ units. Again, I think, this is to help provide that flexibility as we move away from the bedroom parity requirement, so that there's a minimum standard. But again, these are minimum standards. And these only apply in the case where someone is taking advantage of this alternative compliance method. So in the case where a project is delivering units where the bedroom mix parity requirement is still being met, the 90% requirement is still applicable. And I think when we shared the sizes of the units, the recommended minimum unit sizes, previously we did run this by both CHT and a market rate developer, Eric Farrell at Cambrian Rise, and the unit sizes were within a range that the market, both of those markets have been providing for units of those bedroom sizes.
Again, I think that given the process, that sharing that information becomes exceedingly important, since you are making me a committee member and I have to then, deal with all the details. Unfortunately for everybody, that it's just the sort of way. I just to say that I am convinced that this is an appropriate process, as long as its integrity is kept, as I am indicating, by sharing lots of information and being able to weather the potential problems that just procedurally go with making changes if we decide that there are going to be changes. I'm not sure that there are, but it's just inherent in it. And so when y'all propose to expedite things, you got to accept the bad sides of that process. Thank you. I'll be supporting this. This is a long way of saying I'll support this.
Great, thanks, Councilor Bergman. Councilor Freeman, and we'll go back to Councilor Carpenter.
Thank you, President Paul. I don't know if I'll be supporting this. I feel, I think the point that Councilor Bergman raised about the equity issue with the square footage, I think it just, off the cuff, it just concerns me. I think the reason why I brought this up again, to me, New York City is like notorious for putting people in shoe boxes. And I just, the numbers don't look great, like in comparison when I think of that, and just, and Councilor Bergen's point about the equity issue, I guess I'm on the fence, but I understand, and I hear the use of the word, providing flexibility and that framing, but I don't think we want flexibility at the expense of sort of quality and housing. And I think Councilor Bergen also used the word sort of in the sense of it being segregated is a strong word, but we're not creating affordable housing that's going to be of a lower quality or of a it just concerns me. So I'm not sure. I'm on the fence, but I think there will be more conversation, so.
Great, thanks, Councilor Freeman. We'll go to Councilor Carpenter and then back to Councilor Hightower. Then maybe we can go to a vote.
Just a couple questions. I'm a little confused. Does Burlington in general have minimum unit sizes?
In our minimum housing code, we do, but in our zoning ordinance, we do not. So these minimum unit sizes apply only to the inclusionary units when this.
So what are the city minimum?
The unit sizes that, oh, thank you, there you go. These are the minimum housing code, minimum unit size requirements.
Okay, so the IZ are significantly over the city minimum. So these are much larger than the city minimum. I think that's important to point out. And they're a minimum, not a maximum. The developer will develop them as he sees fit. In 100%, or not even 100% affordable unit, but a building that CHT might own in entirety for affordable housing, they will make the decision on the unit sizes, and this has been vetted with them. So CHT, when it built its own freestanding building, these are kind of the benchmarks they're using now. So again, these are the minimums, and they're often more depending on the building design, but I think it's important to be mindful that I don't see this as sort of segregating, and I certainly don't see it as a quality issue. I mean, finishes and all that good stuff will be the same. So I think it's really to get a mix of units. And I understand we sort of leapfrogged, but it's not like nobody vetted this. I mean, the Planning Commission with 2 ordinance committee members reviewed it. And so it's not like nobody spent any time on this. So I do think that the minimums that you've offered are just that. And as you said, if we enact them and then you get a situation where you can't change it, you're stuck. Heineberg Housing, we got rejected from HUD because by a 22 square foot difference and had to start all over again with a major HUD grant because we didn't fit into their bucket. And so I just caution, you just have to pay attention to those. And I'm not afraid of the minimums, really. I think developers will develop them because they want to rent them. And if they're too small, they won't be able to rent them.
I would just point out the sad reality of the cost of construction today. $480 per foot is a fairly typical number for affordable housing. Okay, so for affordable housing at $480 a foot to construct, the smaller the units can be, the more affordable CHT can deliver, the more units they can deliver, the more we can actually, bring units online. I would also note, and Councilor Carpenter referenced this, but the ordinance is very clear that other standards apply to ensure that the quality of the units, the finishes, the energy efficiency has to be at least as good as, if not better, than the other units. Smaller units actually are more efficient, but that's another issue. So as far as quality goes, you're not going to see a lesser quality of units as a result of this.
If I could just make one more comment, and the market has been all over the place. We've gone from really small units and back in my old days to really big units, and we're now back to small units. I mean, the marketplace in New York City is, going to micro units. So I don't think we want to be too afraid of it. If we're looking at efficiency and shelter, I would not be afraid of that.
Thank you, Councilor Carpenter. We will go back to Councilor Hightower and then to Councilor Shannon.
Great, and just to try to convince some of the folks on my left side who are, I think we're a little bit less convinced by the free market and I think I'm still very supportive of this, and I think that if folks are worried, like the incentive for a regular developer to make the units very small is they can increase the prices, as we see with some of the very small units in Burlington, a lot, and still, and make it worth like putting in a kitchen and a bathroom. I think that's not as true with the affordable units because the rent is capped. So there's actually a disincentive to some extent to have some of the small units where you have to supply a kitchen and a bathroom, which is the most expensive part of the unit, which is the reason I was more worried about the 4-bedroom. So I think we should feel comfortable with these smaller units. They're, like we just said, pretty high above the minimum housing standards of what we see in Burlington, or I think what we would see in New York. And I think that they're livable. I would live in, I think, square footage units with the 350. And so I think those are more livable spaces. And I don't think the developer will necessarily be incentivized to just make a bunch of tiny units. That's all.
Thank you, Councilor Hightower. We'll go to Councilor Shannon.
Thank you, President Paul. I'll try to be brief, but I think that not everybody deals in square footage of living space every day. And so it may be hard to kind of envision, what is this? How big or how small are they? I will say that I lived in a 2-bedroom, 725 square foot apartment in the Old North End, and the space was fabulous. I would love to go back to that apartment. Your typical New North End has, many 3-bedroom ranches. They are mostly 925 square feet. A few of them are less than 900 square feet. That seems pretty tight to me when they get less than 900 square feet. People love those New North End ranches for 925 square feet in the 3-bedroom. I have always been concerned, actually, that we're trying to create affordable housing, and we've really, we've always had, the square footage has been far too large to really probably produce as much affordable housing as we should be producing, and there is a drive towards micro units. I will also say that square footage is only one piece of how livable a place is. We've seen many houses being cut up into apartments that have a lot of unusable space, and they could be larger and far less functional. When you have newly designed units, they have the ability to make that space really nice, efficient, and functional. And I think that these numbers look ample to me, and I think even Cambrian Rise has, I think they have market rate, much smaller units that are so popular. I think this is great and very much the direction that we should be going in. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Councilor Shannon. I believe, Councilor Freeman, you had something you wanted to offer, and then if we can go to a vote, please.
Thank you, President Paul. I just wanted to clarify, I didn't mean quality in terms of construction. I hope that was, I totally trust that that is not an issue. It was more around and I hear you on the square footage, and I was like, how big is my apartment actually? I'm happy to sort of, I think more on that, but my off the cuff was the concern that we were sort of funneling poor or poorer people into micro units, which doesn't really sound super great to me. It sounds a little dystopian, where you have people who can just afford more square footage. And I think there are plenty of reasons why, ecological reasons or resource reasons to look at the square footage that we all live in. I think I just feel a little weird when it's, or very weird when it's just so stratified by class, and it is a real accessibility issue. So yeah, that was sort of my thought around that, but I guess the conversation will continue around the size of the unit, so thank you.
Thanks, Councilor Freeman. So the motion in front of us is to consider this a first read, waive the reading, suspend our rules, and set for a public hearing. If there are no others in the queue and no others that wish to speak, we'll go to a vote. Let's just try it by voice. All those in favor of the motion, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say no. The motion passes unanimously. Thank you, Director Tuttle, for your work, Planner Dillard, as well as CETO Director Pine. That will bring us, we have two more items left on our deliberative agenda. The first is item 7.04, preliminary short-term rental report from the Department of Permitting and Inspections. For this item, we have the Director of Permitting and Inspections, Bill Ward, Director Ward, as well Patty Weeman, Division Manager of the Housing and Code Enforcement. Thank you both for being here, and we'll look forward to your report or remarks on your report for the first 10 or so minutes of this presentation, and then we'll go to questions from the council.
I can definitely keep it to 10 minutes or less.
Famous last words.
Even if Patty disagrees.
Okay.
So with me tonight, first, for those hundreds or thousands of people watching at home, I'm Bill Ward, and I'm the Director of Permitting Inspections. And with me tonight is the Housing Division Manager, Patty Wayman. Patty's been doing most of the work with the registration contact and dealing with properties both in compliance and out of compliance. So I wanted to next say thank you to the council members and to the mayor for your patience in this preliminary report. I've been putting it off, not because we weren't ready as much as we didn't think the information was as valuable until we at least got to a 50% threshold of properties we thought we could get registered and have them in there. We're there, and this is preliminary for that reason. We probably will be about 3 or 4 more months before it's final. The initial low numbers, as you saw in the report, were a bit unexpected. I predicted probably 90% compliance in the initial period, but we really didn't know. And we didn't have the specific addresses where properties were short-term renting, so we relied on the public knowledge of all of the meetings. Most of you were at them that led up to the passage of the ordinance, but clearly that wasn't enough public information for everyone who has a short-term rental to register on their own. So when those initial numbers were low, we had to reach out with our host compliance partner to use their data to help us send out direct messages to property owners. So I want to mention who host compliance is. A number of people have asked us. They're a private organization that we have contracted with to help us pick from all the different websites. They claim there's 74 or more different websites where people can rent a short-term rental, and I have no reason to doubt that, but they're the group that's helping us eliminate all of the duplicates. If someone is registered on Airbnb and someone else is on Vacation Rental by Owner or any of the other sites, host compliance is helping us take those 800 and some odd numbers of individual listings and bring them into a workable number to eliminate those duplicates to get us down to what they say at the date of this report was 269 short-term rentals. That was the Burlington number. As I mentioned in my report, there's a few sort of non sequiturs there, because even though they say they're Burlington, some of them are not, because they geographically are just across the Winooski Bridge, let's say, but they show up within that platform. The others are on the other side of Shelburne Road. They show up in a geographic area that looks like Burlington to someone who's not from Vermont. It is, might as well be, but they're not paying taxes here. They're not Burlington residents. We eliminate those. We get that 269 that they have reported down to an active number of 237. So we used that initial number, which we thought was low, along with the data on the 70% of the properties that host compliance had said they could 100% identify, to do some direct outreach. And again, when I say we, it was mostly Patty sending letters or emails. We did direct outreach, and we got over about 100 more properties registered, but a total of 217 units. Now, that number that's in my report is 159 properties. Those are registered in our OpenGov database, but there's a bigger number, which is 217, because again, some properties have more than one rental unit in them. So We've done our best in our report to answer questions that council had provided in preparation for this, so I didn't go into too many other details, but before I close and take those questions for clarification, I wanted to say that our next steps will be continuing the rental registration process for long-term rentals. So long-term rentals, the reason that's important, we're pretty confident that a number of folks who had registered last year in February and March of 2022 as a long-term rental, even then, they didn't have a method for registering with us as a short-term rental, so we think they registered as a long-term rental but intended to be short-term. This year, there's a specific option to register as a short-term. We've already seen some of those folks change their registration status in the 2023 data. So we'll be reviewing that in addition for those registrations, confirming that any property that was previously a long-term rental, if it's now a short-term rental, we'll be doing some research to be able to report back in our final report to give you a better understanding of any of the number of properties that were long-term and now are short-term. That's going to take some work on looking at previous year's rental registrations to go back a significant portion. Some of them we know offhand, they are new units and they weren't previously registered as short-term rentals. So we'll be able to give a preliminary report on that, but I didn't include that in it because it wasn't one of the specific questions. The May deadline is coming up for folks who were non-compliant but could still keep renting until the end of May 2023 if they were a non-compliant host but had bookings on the book when the ordinance was passed. That's going to be ending here in a couple of months. And we think at the end of that period, when that ends, we'll be able to look at the host compliance data to see that the units are no longer actually being rented because, as Councilor Bergman pointed out before, we're a trust but verify organization ourselves. We trust that they'll be doing that, particularly when they tell us, but we'll be doing the work to verify that that actually happens. So I'm happy to take questions.
Great. Thanks, Director Ward. Patty, was there anything you wanted to add as well? Okay. All right. So we will go to the council for questions, comments on this extensive report. Councilor Hightower.
Thank you both, Patty, for doing all the work of enforcement, and both of you for the report and the update. I'm just trying to understand, do we think that the number of short-term rentals that we have is closer to the, I'm losing it now, but 800 something that they found, or closer to the 200 something that are registered?
Closer to the 200 that are registered. Again, the 800 accounts for some properties that might be registered on three different websites. So the same address being registered on three different websites shows up as only one registrant in ours. And I think for the most part, Host Compliance has done a great job at eliminating those, but I have found at least one that they've listed two listings with their numbers for the same property.
Okay, and then just another question, which is we haven't penalized anyone for not knowing about the registrations or being so-called out of compliance, right?
No, our messages have been, as we've identified the address, to send it to the property owner to explain that we need them to, here's what the ordinance requirement is, similar to what we do with a zoning violation. We send a polite warning letter to let them know what the requirement is. And I believe we've got compliance once we send those notices. We heard from some folks that they didn't register, frankly, because they thought they were waiting to get something from us. And others said, oh, well, we had previously gotten an Airbnb permit from zoning a couple of years ago. We thought we could still short-term rent and not register. We politely corrected them and have gotten folks into compliance that way.
Awesome. Thank you both for this. Oh.
No, I was just going to say it's a lot of phone conversations because it's, what's going on at your specific property. Tell me what's going on, tell me what you want to do, and I'll tell you if you can do it under the ordinance. Kind of anecdotally, I found most people do want to comply. There's a small handful of people that are just going to push us right to make me do it. But that's kind of
Thank you both.
Thanks, Councillor Hightower. We'll go to Councillor Bergman.
Okay. Thanks for doing this. So the lesson that I've learned is, one lesson is that the expectation, you shouldn't have that expectation anymore. And that enforcement is something that needs to be done. And as somebody who came into the job in 1998 with about a 36% rental registration compliance fee paid, I know that we had to engage in a vigorous program to get it to the point where you've got it. Now, how much tax money have we lost, if any, by not having registered a significant number of properties in the first part of the program? And Patty, you're looking at me with skeptical eyes, but there was in September, you got a big jump in November of registrations. So between the onset and November, people were renting out short-term rentals, and they're supposed to be paying taxes on that 9%. Did we collect that?
It's my understanding that they're not connected. We can still collect the taxes because those are being remitted by, like Airbnb as an example, directly. So that doesn't mean that the taxes were not collected. It could have been a person, as I had suggested a few minutes ago, who they'd been registered and had a zoning permit for a short-term rental. It was their misunderstanding, but if they're on the platform, Airbnb is submitting their taxes regardless of their registration status.
And that's for Airbnb. Are there other platforms, and is everybody doing that?
Not everyone is doing that. I think some of the bigger ones, we're trying to work with VRBO as an example to do that proactively, but they are leaving it to the property owners to do it themselves.
So what are we doing to make sure that we're collecting the taxes from those folks?
We're confirming which ones are. I'd say most of the properties are Airbnb, but those will be the ones that we would focus on for enforcement. And I would defer to the city attorney's office on how we would go back to retroactively look at the taxes, but I do think there's enough data in host compliance data to show that when they were active. So some of the examples that we learned in producing this report was that host compliance can tell us when a rental was last active. So if a property stopped once the ordinance was in effect, then we are able to eliminate those because we know they were beyond 180 days, let's say, as an example. But they can tell us that a property's last rental was more than a year ago. So we have to then go back to the different websites that they advertise on. But I would say, just anecdotally, I didn't run the specific number, but 90% are listed through Airbnb. So I think that's accounting for most of the taxes, but we can include that information in our final report as far as work with VRBO and other platforms.
I would like us to have a full the full information about the taxes that have been to date left on the table. And my recollection is there is a 3-year statute of limitations. And as the former tax collector for the city of Burlington, it is not fun, but it is collectible and should be collected. It seems like, let me just thank you for the numbers. There's a lot of units. There are a lot of bedrooms here that are off the housing market. We just talked to UVM. They said, don't blame us for everything. And here's an example of a real and palpable impact on the housing crisis. It continues to concern me, as I had mentioned previously. And it is not for code enforcement, but it would be helpful to understand from our housing trust fund people what uses we are making of the $134,000 in new revenues that have been deposited into the housing trust fund to be able to, we did that so that we could replace units, and there are, according to, there are 445 bedrooms. People are paying like $1,000, $1,200 a bedroom. That's a lot of money. That's a lot of money that people are paying. That market is actually not very competitive. It's a monopolistic market. People are paying outrageous amounts. So it would be good to know that we're going to be using this money as well as we can, as quickly as we can, to deal with a problem that we're, in my mind, still helping to create. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Bergman. We'll go to Councillor McGee and then Councillor Chang.
Thank you, President Paul. Thank you both for presenting at a late hour. I know it's not the latest hour that we're going to have a presentation or have had a presentation, but I do appreciate you being here. My questions are in regard to the numbers on the bottom of page 3 of the memo. You have here, and I don't know if I'm misunderstanding the definitions of units and bedrooms, and but my questions here are, so we've got 213 of the STR listings currently that are whole units. 84 of the units that we have are in multiple dwelling unit buildings where that property is the host primary residence. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And we have 11 STRs that are registered with the city in a multi-unit building where there is also another unit that meets the affordability criteria. So that seems to mean that we've got 118 units, and I don't know if that accounts for single bedrooms in a residence or if that is whole units that are either in a single family home or in a multi-unit building where the affordability requirement is not met. So I'm just trying to figure out what the mix of that, and it looks like we've got 3 seasonal homes and 3 tenant hosts with, so I guess 6 tenant hosts in total. So I guess that would bring it down to 109 units that are either single-family homes or in a multi-unit building and not meeting the affordability criteria.
They wouldn't be able to meet the affordability criteria in a single-family home?
Correct. So I guess my question is what the mix is of those 118 or 109 units that aren't accounted for here. How many of those are single-family homes versus in a multi-unit building without meeting the affordability criteria? And I apologize if this question is confusing.
Well, it is, but I think those were not designed by our office. So those, I don't know that you can put all of those in the same context. They weren't designed to be like a sum when you add them all up together. I think the first question refers to the single units, and the second question is talking about duplex or more. So, and then the other ones are, I think, somewhat separate. You can't really, it's not we're not subtracting to get all of those, if that helps clarify.
Sure. I guess I'm struggling to understand the definition of unit here. Does that include?
It can be a whole or a partial unit.
It can be a partial, a bedroom.
Be a bedroom in an apartment.
Okay. Okay, I guess I can follow up offline to get some more information here, but thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor McGee. We'll go to Councillor Jang.
Thank you, President Paul, and I'll be short, but I will start by saying thank you so much because you just solved a cold case in just 6 months. I think this is amazing. Thank you. And I think, the amount of time from August to now, the amount of work that you have done to reach out to people and to make it happen is I understand, it's not easy, right? And again, you still stay very humble. And you're not even making any requests about staffing because you had all the work to do. And this is an addition and you've done it. I can't wait to see the final product in June of 2023, in 6 months from now. But I also want to suggest to please next time maybe bring presentation as well, some slides. So I think it will be amazing because the memo kind of a little bit complicated for me. A lot of numbers and in some time I got lost. I also want to understand the revenue that the city will be getting. For example, if you have 300, you have 300 units, or whatever, STR. What does it mean in terms of revenue for the city? And we're talking about projections, also about 800. If we get to 1,000, how much? So that we start to think about whether or not you need a new staff to just take care of this. Thank you.
Two forms of revenue, and Bill can speak more specifically, but when folks register with us, they pay a fee.
The microphone.
Sorry. So there's two forms of revenue that are coming in when people register with us. One is the registration fee, and that's by ordinance or city charter, Brian, wherever you are. That stays with our department, and then the taxes that are coming in, and those are paid from, in many cases, from the host directly to the treasurer, or through the platform pays that. So those are the two. I don't know that we have a total for what's been paid right now for registration fees, because we are also in the throes of our renewal campaign for all rental units, short-term, long-term. And I think Bill provided, I'm pretty sure he provided the tax numbers that we had to date.
Just as a rough estimate, it's roughly $21,000 for registration for the existing short-term rentals that we have so far. I don't think it's realistic. We're not going to get to 800. There were, just for a point of reference, when we started, when the ordinance passed over the summer, the number listed on host compliance was 286. That number today is 270. I looked at it. It was 269 when I prepared for the report. If anything, that number seems to be dropping.
Again, thank you so much and great work. Thank you. All right.
Thank you very much, Councillor Jang. Are there any other councillors? Seeing none, I would entertain a motion to waive the reading, accept the report, and place it on file.
So moved.
Thank you, Councillor Bergman, seconded by
Second.
Councillor Jang. All those in favor of the motion, please say aye.
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 Any opposed, please say no. That motion passes unanimously with our thanks to both of you. We'll look forward to further updates as we move forward. This was just the first go-around. Thank you. With that, we've reached the golden hour of just after 10:30, so I would entertain a motion to suspend our rules, and if you want to put some guardrails on that, by all means do. Councillor Hightower?
Unless I see strong dissent, I will just move to suspend the rules and complete our deliberative agenda.
Second.
I didn't even have to ask for one. So we have a motion by Councillor Hightower, seconded by Councillor Barlow. All those in favor of the motion to suspend our rules to complete our deliberative agenda, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Please say no. So we will go on to item 7.05, which is a communication from our Assistant City Attorney Kyle Kloss on Proposition 0. Don't know if you would like, thank you so much for being here, and thank you so much for waiting until 10:30 for us to get to this agenda item. I don't know if you would wanted to offer some overall comments on the communication, or if you wanted us to go to the council for questions, or how you wanted to do this.
First of all, thank you all for having me. I think the last time I addressed this body was from my car via Skype, it's a pleasure to be with you despite the late hour. I think my memo speaks for itself, so I'm happy to entertain any questions, and we'll go from there.
Okay, so if there are counselors who have any questions on the memo, now would be the time. Counselor Barlow.
Thank you, President Paul. And thank you for the memo. There's a point in the memo where you talk about in section 3, the interplay with the mayoral veto.
Sure.
And could you explain to us how, should this pass, we would reconcile the sort of discontinuity with the mayoral veto?
So I think that was an overarching issue that we flagged with the charter change language, is that overall it struggles to assimilate with the existing procedures and the ways that this body and the city conducts its business. So we went through the language of the charter change question and tried to flag areas and see where they fit in with the procedure by which we enact ordinances. So specifically with the veto, there's a bit of a gray area with whether or not the question would be submitted to the voters upon the initial veto, because even if the council did adopt the ordinance, but the mayor nevertheless vetoes it, would that trigger the requirement to submit it to the voters, or would it be the subsequent failure to get a 2/3 override vote? Would that trigger the submission to the voters? I think reasonable minds can disagree, and I think that is a gray area that, would this pass, would need to be ironed out in the legislature in their review of it.
So in your opinion, and you don't have to answer this if you don't want to, but would you say that this proposition isn't fully thought out because it has these considerations that aren't anticipated or explained?
Just the assistant city attorney, so I can't weigh in either way. I can only tell you what it says or doesn't say, unfortunately.
Okay, thank you. No further questions.
Great, thanks, Counselor Barlow. Were there any other counselors who had questions? Counselor Shannon.
Thank you, President Paul. I wondered, the language about, in number 2, and I've seen this language in other similar ordinances, but it strikes me as somewhat problematic that the attorney is to review it for constitutionality and like basically legality, but is not allowed to meaningfully change the language. So what does the attorney's office do if it's not, and also what's the standard of legal? Because I know that, for example, with question 7 that's on the ballot now, the city attorney had a lot of concerns about the bias of the board and whether or not the decisions of that board would hold up in court because of that bias. So if there is that kind of concern, that's kind of different than it not being legal. And so what is the standard and what is possible? Because sometimes the intention may be in conflict with the law. What do you do in that case? Because you can't change the meaning.
So I'm going to try my best to stray away from hypotheticals and not get out over my skis, but I will point to what is in the charter change language and the statute that I mentioned in that section 2 and the interplay between those, because we did receive a specific request for clarification there. I believe you're referring to the subpart D under petitions, and I'll just read that now. No alteration of substance. The city attorney is authorized, subject to the approval of the council, to correct such proposal to enact ordinances so as to avoid repetitions, illegalities, and unconstitutional provisions, and to ensure accuracy in its text and references and clearness and precision in its phraseology. But he or she shall not materially change its meaning and effect. Now, the statute that I mentioned in Section 2, 17 VSA, Section 2645A5, that specifically prohibits the legislative body from amending a charter change, the language of a charter change. And Proposition 0 concerns solely binding initiatives to enact ordinances, referenda to repeal ordinances, or the non-binding question, which really isn't dealt with in much detail.
I don't think that addresses my concern isn't the difference between ordinances and charters, but simply what are the tools that the city attorney has when something is, let's say, legally problematic, but not meeting the standard of constitution, it's not unconstitutional, it's not illegal, but there are legal problems with it. What are the tools? Could the city attorney then write a document saying that these are the legal problems with it, but I cannot, without changing the meaning, I can't correct this. So I just wonder what the standard is, and I am aware of the language.
I think I'm having difficulty understanding a situation where that would be the case. If we were to, if the city attorney's office, and I have to defer to the experience of my boss here, but the city's attorney's office would review the potential ordinance and see if it would conflict with any existing ordinances, or any provisions of the state or federal constitution. But I'm not sure what situation you would be describing.
Well, I think we have many situations in the city where we have ordinances that are legally problematic to enforce. An example would be what's currently on the ballot in terms of the police oversight. So that's one example, and we can debate whether or not that's an issue or it's not an issue, but there has been attorney concern about that. So where you have that kind of concern when you're reviewing something, what is the place for it if changing the language to remedy that would change the meaning? You can't do that. So what would the city attorney's office do if there is something that would be legally problematic for the city attorney's office to defend, were the ordinance to become law? And then it is the job of the city attorney's office to defend that law.
I would have to defer to acting city attorney Sturtevant, just given my relative greenness here.
I think under the language of the proposal, we would be in a difficult position of being able to modify the language substantially. I mean, I think we could raise our concerns, but not, I think it would be difficult for us to change it if it was not clearly illegal.
So something that is not necessarily legally defensible could go on the ballot, which is different than something that is not legal or illegal or not constitutional.
I would also point, Councilor Shannon, to in that language, the city attorney would conduct its review upon the authorization of the council. So I think the so-called canary in the coal mine would be this body to flag if they feel that a provision is problematic, then it would be referred to our office.
I'm not following you there, because it's not up to this council to do a legal review of the language before it goes on the ballot. We have no ability to do any, I mean, that's...
If enacted, the language of Proposition 0 provides that the city attorney is authorized, subject to the approval of the council, to make those authorizations. So we would still require city council authorization to go forward.
Are we, after it is approved by the voters, are we allowed to change the language in a way that would change the meaning? I did not think that we were allowed to do that.
Could you repeat that, please?
Well, my understanding is you're now talking about after it goes on the ballot and it gets approved, and then the voters have said this city council shall enact such an ordinance. So it comes to the city council, and I think there's also a question of if the council has to take action, like, what if we don't? We have a 7-5 vote and we don't. That's one question. But assuming we do what we were told to do by the voters and we pass it, you're saying the onus is on us to identify legal problems? That doesn't make sense to me.
With all due respect, Councilor Shannon, I think we're mixing hypotheticals here, so we're getting a bit afield. With the alterations of the substance, I think the item that I was addressing in Section 2 was the ability to make material changes to this ordinance once it is proposed. And that's after, I believe it would be after the petition is filed with the city, but before it goes on before it's submitted to the voters. So as you said, the city council could consider the ordinance and adopt it, and it wouldn't go any further. Is that getting any closer to answering your question?
No, my question is, what if there is something that's not legally defensible? What is the action that the city attorney can take? And I think I understand the city attorney to say you'd be in a difficult position and you could maybe make a statement. But maybe you can't really make a statement because that works against the interest of the city. So I think that there has been some confusion about, even with what we already have on the ballot, about what kind of legal review it gets. It doesn't seem to get the kind of legal review that we get when we are engaging in the legislative process. The bar is held in a different place, and when there's a problem, if we're in the legislative process, you alert us to whatever problems that you see, and we have that debate. But here I don't see how those kind of things can be addressed. And I just want to know if I'm wrong about that, just tell me.
I mean, I think that I would agree to the extent that it does not seem to contemplate the process that the standard ordinance goes through, and during that process, it is vetted and it goes to the ordinance committee, and we're looking at it closely during that time frame. This has a very tight time frame and doesn't seem to permit that sort of review.
Okay, thank you.
Welcome.
Thanks very much, Councilor Shannon. We'll go to Councilor Jang.
First, I wanted to say thank you because of the amount of research that you have done and your team, right, attorney? I think you have done very, very well. And also, I love the comparison your findings, you did not only base it to just a municipality, but also at the state level. And I also really appreciate the way you carry yourself here tonight, not getting into the weeds or into politics. I think it speaks volume to your professionalism. I like that. Thank you. My question now is about amendments. It seems that Winooski can bring amendments if there is a proposition. Is that correct?
Amendments to,
if there is a proposal, for example, Proposition 0 brings like a question that they want to bring to the and the city council, do we have the power to make some amendments to it based on the legal counsel? It's not part of.
It's unclear during the city councilors, the city council's discussions of it, amendments could arise, but that's another example of the language of Proposition 0 failing to account for those nuances of the governing process.
Okay, all right, wonderful. And again, thank you so much for the work well done.
Thanks very much, Councillor Jang. Councillor Carpenter.
Thanks. I want to clarify a couple of things. I think you stated that this particular proposal does not exempt taxation, raising revenue, fees, or expenses. I mean, that could be a valid subject for a binding initiative.
Sure, so in other municipalities, I believe it was Winooski, there is language that exempts certain areas from ballot questions.
Okay.
For example, like the salaries of some city workers, that wouldn't be touched.
But this proposal does not exempt any of that.
There's no such language in.
Right, we can raise salaries or lower them as much as we want. No, I'm just, but that's not exempted in this proposal. The other concern I have is around ordinance. We have conflicting ordinances and how that gets resolved, particularly as it might relate to, say, zoning ordinances, which are pretty complicated and interconnected. If we zone one thing one way and it conflicts with zoning over here, how does that get dealt with?
Well, that is another area, another gray area, and as we demonstrate in the memo, it's not clear whether or not Proposition 0 reaches zoning ordinances. There's currently some provisions of the CDO that permit for amendments to the zoning ordinance to be made by petition with 5% of the city's voters, but it proceeds along a different path than an ordinance that arising from Proposition 0 would take. And once again, it's that seeming incompatibility that gave our office pause and I think would be the subject of the legislature's review.
Thank you.
Thanks very much, Councillor Carpenter. Councillor Freeman, did you want to? Yes?
Just briefly. Thank you. I'll try. I just, to your point, Councillor Carpenter, I think it seems unlikely that there would be competing ordinances, so to speak, because like excluding any and all common sense, it seems very unlikely that voters would bring forward something that didn't include like a change to the current. Like, it doesn't make sense to bring two competing things forward. It would probably strike some of an existing. I just have to imagine, since it's still 5% voter, like, why would 5% of people try to put something on a ballot that's going to compete? Like, that just doesn't seem, it's a hypothetical that doesn't seem particularly likely, but maybe other people feel like that is likely. I think, to the question that you brought forward, Councillor Barlow, about whether it makes it well thought out or not, it was frustrating because it's that's so political, and it's a judgment. It was a frustrating question, in my opinion, and to ask of a city official. It's a political question, really. And I think that for me, reading this, I understand that there are some maybe gray areas or questions, but I think that there's still the underlying question, which is, do we want the voters to have this power? And I think the people who are supporting it do. And I think to your questions, Councilor Shannon, around legality, so much of that, again, is really a political question. And
So, Councilor Freeman, just going to remind you that our council rules say that we're not here to try to impugn the motives of others.
I'm
So
not
let's-
impugning anyone's
So
motives.
let's try to just keep it to what the issue is. I know you can do that. Thanks.
I don't think I'm impugning anyone's motives, but okay. And I think I'm responding to the conversation at hand, which is about and anyway, I know that it's late and that's more what's relevant, but everyone's had a chance to talk. I've spoken very little this meeting, so. About the legality question, that it's a matter of politics, and I actually just lost my train of thought. So, yeah, I'll finish there. Thank you.
Thanks, Councilor Freeman. I believe Councilor Shannon wanted to go, and then also Councilor Barlow. Councilor Shannon, please go ahead.
It's not my, I didn't take it as, I appreciate the defense. I didn't take it as impugning my intentions, but it's an important point as to whether my question is political or if it's legal. My intention is not about the politics. It's really just about how you deal with legality. But I'm going to leave you alone on that topic. My question is this what every other town in Vermont has on the books? Is this already authority that every other town in Vermont has?
I can't say that my inquiry, I was not specifically asked that question, and I look solely at the authorities on the books in Burlington and in the state of Vermont with respect to Burlington. So I know a speaker earlier tonight had mentioned that, but that was not within the scope of my research.
Okay, thank you.
Happy to look further and reach out to you.
Okay, I'd appreciate that.
Sure.
Thank you.
Can I?
Yes. Can we go to Councilor Barlow first, and then we'll come back to you? Sure. Yes? Okay. Councilor Barlow.
Thank you, President Paul. I just want to respond briefly. I think my question wasn't meant to be a political one. It was meant to point out as it's actually supportive of what Councilor Carpenter was asking. We have a proposition before us that was put on the ballot by a citizen petition that is in conflict with our existing form of government. It doesn't anticipate, as the memo states, the role of the mayoral veto. It doesn't necessarily fully appreciate the role of the Planning Commission in this. So I was trying to point out that there are problematic aspects of this ballot question, and it wasn't meant to be a political statement. Thank you.
Thanks, Councilor Barlow. We will come back to Councilor Freeman, and then Councilor Bergman.
Thank you. I remembered what I was going to say.
Good.
I think that what I heard you saying is that you were concerned about that or what I thought I maybe heard you say is that what we do at the city is not meeting maybe the muster or the rigor of what is happening at the state level in terms of really understanding the legality of, okay, maybe I misunderstood then, and that's totally fine. So, and I think that, yeah, that's not a concern that I have, is that we're not Okay, so I misunderstood it. I didn't mean that I meant that those are political questions in like big P political. It's a matter of opinion rather than like a matter of fact is what I meant. They're fine questions to ask. I just think that it's important to point out that they are of a political, like big P political nature. It's a politicized aspect. I mean, I think you can argue that the legality is, there's a politicized, it's a political, it's something that's political. Okay, we're getting too far into that debate then, and clearly have the only one with a lot of energy to discuss this at this late hour, so I will wrap it up. I think it's a fine summary, and thank you, but to me, it doesn't raise to the level of concern around the underlying question, but thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Freeman. There are two more energetic people to go after you. That is Councilor Bergman, and we'll wrap this up with the mayor after that. Councilor Bergman.
Thank you. I don't really have much energy here, but you know, the purpose of doing legislation is to pass laws that are coherent, but that doesn't always happen. It doesn't happen when legislative bodies like ours does it. It doesn't happen when the legislature does it. There are rules of statutory construction. Rules of statutory construction tell you how to deal with conflicts within laws. So, for example, when we talk about the city council in the petitioned proposal, and then we go to the section 46, well, we actually need to go to section 36, which defines the city council as, for purposes of the governance of the city of Burlington, the city council and the mayor. It's an odd construction, but it makes sense, which is that we together, mayor and council, for purposes of governance, is the city council. So I can read the language when it comes to this conflict in harmony if I put other provisions together. If there is a conflict with a zoning amendment, because there are many pieces to it, well, first of all, there could be an illegality that would occur because we'd be breaking some sort of rules. Secondly, we would look for statutory construction to try to harmonize those, to eliminate unreasonable and irrational interpretations, because that's what the law guides us to do, right? And lo and behold, if that doesn't work, we would then proceed to do what we do now, which is fix it. And I don't know how many times we have had people from the zoning office come to tell us that we need a technical fix because there is a problem with the way that we did stuff. So that stuff happens all the time. It's just part of the imperfection that we as legislators have inherent in being just people. Okay, so I don't know if I heard a single problem with this that wasn't a political problem. One can disagree. That's fair. But the question of how this can work, clearly it can work. And where there is ambiguity, right? I know that we want the legislature to do what we say they should do. But I did not hear the screaming that came when the legislature said to the city of Burlington, we are going to change the ranked choice voting method that you put in, and we're going to let you do this by ordinance. There were not a lot of jumping up and down on this, in this body or elsewhere. Sometimes that happens, and indeed then we follow up. We in the Charter Change Committee, over my vote and objection, decided that the new proposal for ranked choice voting was not going to have the method in it. And the majority of the committee said that that was just a better way to do it. And and one of the reasons was because the legislature did that the last time, so why would we go backwards on that? These things work themselves out. We're talking about a lawyer's opinion here, trying to help guide us, and I totally appreciate it. Welcome to the city of Burlington. And I will not get into a political debate, and I hope that we don't devolve into a political debate about this ballot item. We got many opportunities to do that. And I would hope that at this late hour that I wouldn't have to be prompted to go back and be more energetic because we got engaged in a political debate about this. Thank you.
Thanks, Councilor Bergman. Mayor Weinberger.
Thank you, President Paul. I want to thank Kyle as well for helping us try to wade through this challenging topic. I appreciate Councilor Bergman's point that let's not have a 11 o'clock at night extensive debate about the substance of this ordinance. I will just say, having grappled with our charter for 11 years, the charter is actually quite thoughtful currently about where it does give voters a great deal of direct democracy within our ordinance, within our current system. In fact, this very ordinance, this very charter change itself is one of the many examples of that, and how the charter tries to calibrate that. Also in financial matters, the voters are given the ultimate authority. As we found out with City Place a few years ago, the voters even have the authority to rescind ordinances passed by the Planning Commission and this council. I do think this debate shows that this charter change would substantially disrupt that balance that is there. I don't share Councilor Bergman's full confidence that we can just count on the legislature to sort that out. So I definitely find myself, as with ballot question number 7, quite concerned that in this up or down vote, that the kind of nuance and the kind of detailed conversation that we have here will be it will be a real challenge to piece back together our charter in the wake of these passing, and I'll be voting against them, and hope that voters will consider that as well.
Thank you, Mayor Weinberger. Not seeing anyone else in the queue, I'll entertain a motion to waive the reading, accept the report, and place it on file. Thank you, Councilor Jang, and seconded by Councilor Barlow. All those in favor of the motion, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say no. That motion passes unanimously. In the words of one of my colleagues that sits at this table, Assistant City Attorney Kloss, this should be the hardest opportunity, the most difficult report that you have to give to all of us. And as I think Councilor Bergman said, welcome to Burlington.
Thank you.
That brings us to the end of our agenda. Just before we adjourn, please keep in mind our next meeting is March 13th, which is the day after the week after town meeting day. And just wanted to remind the public to be sure to vote on or before March 7th. You can do so by returning your ballot by mail, but please don't do it after March 1st. If you want to return your ballot after March 1st, please do so either in person at City Hall during business hours, in one of the 5 drop boxes across the city, or in person on town meeting day, with the polls open 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. And you can only return or vote in City Hall up until the day before town meeting day. Did you want to? Oh, yes, that's correct. We do have a meeting. We do have the public information meeting on the ballot items on March 1st. For those who are able to attend. A quorum isn't required, but certainly if you're able to be here, that would be great. So with all of that, I'll ask for a motion to adjourn. Motion made by Counselor McGee, seconded by Counselor Jang. All those in favor of the motion to adjourn, please say aye. Aye. All opposed, say no. We are adjourned at 10 minutes after 11. Thank you so much.